On the field, we're ready for baseball today in St. Louis, and today's game on Fox Sports Wisconsin is presented by Potawatomi Hotel and Casino. Michael Wacha has taken to the mound, getting loose. 69 degrees. Rain is in the forecast. Rain is going to be a part of this story all day long. But I will say this, partner, we have just had an hour-and-a-half rainless rain delay here in St. Louis. I think the radar didn't prove well for the grounds crew here in St. Louis. We certainly could have started the game on time had they not looked at that radar, but it's a tough call.
Paralysis by analysis. I think we're in the world of technology. It's crippling everybody, and the ground crew, everybody waiting for it to rain instead of playing and then putting the tarp on when it started to rain. But anyway, we're off and running here in St. Louis, about an hour and 20 minutes late. So based on the forecast we got yesterday about today, we're lucky to be able to get this one in.
Yeah, it's good to finally get started today. You see VR back in the leadoff spot. Scooter Gennett hits second, then Ryan Braun. The middle goes Lucroy, Carter, and Hill. Neuenhuis, Flores, and Anderson will round out the Potawatomi starting nine for the Brewers. Gennett with great numbers against Wacha, today's starting pitcher for St. Louis. So the Brewers got Garcia Friday, Adam Wainwright yesterday. Both pitched well, and here is Michael Wacha, who's on a pretty good roll on the mound for St. Louis lately.
Yeah, last four starts, 2-1, a 263 earned run average. Got off to a rather slow start this year, but he's won his last two. Last time out, beat the Royals. It was an 8-4 victory, 6 innings, 9 hits, but allowed 4 runs in a victory.
Officially, it's going to be a 1 hour 20-minute delay to get us started today. So a 2:35 start time Central. Originally scheduled as a 1:15 start time. So I think everybody's feeling fortunate that we're playing ball. But there are a lot of storms all around the downtown St. Louis area. I think Craig Counsell and his team preparing for some starts and stops today. But now that the starters are on the mound and fully warmed up, you hope to be able to get a nice window. VR swing and a miss, and the count is 2-2 on the Brewer leadoff hitter.
Yeah, the good two-seam fastball from Michael Wacha. He's got good movement going away from left-handed hitters. He'll cut his fastball, has a terrific changeup, probably his best secondary pitch, and he'll throw a curveball.
Wacha, one of the prizes out of the Cardinal organization. He's had a terrific early portion of his career. And a pitch to VR. He puts a fastball right by him. He's throwing hard early. 95 with the fastball, and a strikeout to start this game today.
And the Menards Cardinals defense, it has been a poor defensive team throughout the season. They did not commit an error in yesterday's ball game. You got Holiday, Pham, and Piscotty in the outfield. Johnny Peralta at third base. Aledmus Diaz, he's a good one over there at short. Matt Carpenter back in the starting lineup at second base. Brandon Moss at first, and the terrific catcher Yadier Molina behind home plate.
Matt Carpenter returns to the starting lineup. He was not with the team yesterday. Had to attend a funeral, death in the family, and so Carpenter was not with the ball club. Returned late last night, back in the lineup on this Sunday as the Cardinals are thinking sweep. Cardinals starting the series had lost 7 straight home games, and they've won the first 2 in this series with Milwaukee. Mike Matheny, former Brewer catcher. He's got his club sitting over 500, but still a lot of question marks for the Redbirds. As Gennett turns on one, a base hit to right. And Scooter thinking about 2. He will hold up. Well played in right field. And Gennett continues his hot hitting against Michael Wacha.
Yeah, turning on the fastball inside that time. You can see him latest setting up on the inside corner. But Scooter able to get the barrel out and rip it down the line. You don't want to run on Piscotty. He's got a pretty good throwing arm out there in right.
So Gennett is aboard with one away in the first. Ryan Braun will bat. If you're just joining us, you're just in time. An hour and 20-minute rain delay. And Braun on the first pitch, lines one to left, back-to-back singles, and 2 men are on for Milwaukee. Ron being aggressive in his first at bat today. He's got a single to show for it and now hits in back-to-back games.
I think the Brewers would just as soon not have to deal with that changeup of Walker. It's a really good pitch, and that one right down the middle, and Ryan able to hit it hard into left field. Now, even though that neither pitcher really warmed up much until right at the end here, you got to wonder if the long layoff, back-to-back days, certainly didn't affect Adam Wainwright in yesterday's game. He was pretty good. Was sitting in that clubhouse an awfully long time. Sometimes it can affect the routine of a starting pitcher. They are creatures of habit, you know.
Right. Yeah, that's the one concern you have when you have rain and you're still in control as the home team. The ball club is in control of the start time. Once the game is started, though, it becomes the jurisdiction of the umpires. And the crew chief, there's Lucroy, swings and fouls one away. He's down 0-2 quickly. That four-man umpiring crew today is led by Jerry Meals, the crew chief, who's out at second base. Ron Kolpa will call the balls and strikes for the final game of the series. Hope you're having a great 4th of July weekend wherever you are watching us today. If you're back in Wisconsin, enjoying some of the beautiful weather there. Sunny and in the 70s in the Milwaukee area today. Not the case here in St. Louis. Been dodging thunderstorms and rain showers all weekend.
And we've been told that these thunderstorms are going to follow the team into Washington.
Seems to be a dark cloud hanging over the Brewers.
No
right
kidding,
now.
huh? A lot of rain. Going to be some rain in Washington on 4th of July.
Now the Brewers have a morning game tomorrow. It is an 11 a.m. local start in D.C., 10 a.m. in the Central Time Zone. As Lucroy strikes out, Molina jumps on the pitch in the dirt. And the second out of the inning. Second strikeout for Waka.
Yeah, changeup down in the dirt, and Molina able to smother it. That is a good changeup. You're going to see a couple of good changeups today. You're going to see the Waka changeup and the Chase Anderson changeup.
So it'll be Chris Carter with 2 men out. First and second. Brewers trying to score early today. They have been having a very difficult time scoring runs. Brewers were shut out yesterday 3-0. Scored 1 run in the opener. Scored just 1 run in the final game against the Dodgers. And Chris Carter has the lone run in this series. Came early in game 1 off Jaime Garcia, second inning home run. His Powerball 20th home run of the season. And that's been it. That's the lone tally of this series so far for Milwaukee.
And the Brewers have been able to put men on base, but you know the story of the season so far is not getting that big hit.
16 consecutive scoreless innings for the Brewers. The Brewers are 0 with runners in scoring position. They have not had a hit yet in this series. Matter of fact, you can go back into the Dodger game on Thursday to find their last hit with a runner in scoring position. So you figure all that is soon to change, and hopefully today is the day for Milwaukee.
Yeah, they're due. They're due to come up with some clutch hits.
2 on 2 out. Hitters count for Carter. And he pops it up to him. A breaking ball on a 3-1 pitch. Molina is over, and that one will be in the seats. And the count of 3-2. Gives you an idea of Waka's stuff. He has, when he's right, great command of 3 different pitches. He'll throw that changeup in any count. He's got a good curveball, fastball in the mid-90s.
Just turned 25 years old, 6'6", 215 pounds. So big guy out there on the pitching mound.
Full count, runners go, and a called strike 3. Carter not happy with that call. He's got the umpire smiling, but Waka strikes out the side around a couple of hits. Get 2 on, but Strand 2. And now the Cardinals are coming up. Matt Carpenter will lead off for St. Louis. And let's check the Mike Matheny starting lineup for the Redbirds, courtesy of Potawatomi. Matheny's got his leadoff man back in there, one of the best in the business in Carpenter. Aledmus Diaz is really swinging it well. He hits second, Matt Holliday third, and then it's Piscotty, Moss, and Peralta in the middle with Molina, Tommy Pham, and Michael Wacha rounding out the starting 9.
Well, first time out after a long layoff for Chase Anderson. Didn't go all that well against the Dodgers. And 5 runs, or 5 earned runs, 6 overall, and 4 innings of work. Last 2 starts have come against the Dodgers, and they've hit him around pretty good. He's had good success career against St. Louis, including a no decision in April right here at Busch Stadium.
That was April 13th against the Cardinals. He gave up 3 runs, but they were all unearned runs, and went 6 innings in that game. As Carpenter on the first pitch, a fly ball to left. Braun will ease under it, and on the warning track makes the catch for out number 1.
Check out the Menards Brewers defense. They've committed 3 errors so far in the first 2 games of this series. A couple of misplays yesterday's game cost them a couple of runs. And Braun, Neuenhuis, and Flores in the outfield. You got Aaron Hill back in the starting lineup. He's at third. VR, Jeanette up the middle. Carter at first, and Lucroy behind home plate.
One away for Aledmus Diaz. He has been a star in this series, especially Friday night. Had 11 assists in the game on Friday. Very busy at the shortstop position. 25-year-old native of Cuba, who is performing at a very high level right now for the Cardinals. He's got great numbers offensively. Matter of fact, that .317 batting average is good enough for 7th in the National League. He's at 10 homers, 41 RBIs, and he's one of that group of very talented rookie shortstops right now in the National League. Now, we just saw one with the Dodgers and Corey Seager, who might be the front runner for Rookie of the Year and might be the Dodgers MVP right now.
Yeah, no kidding the way he's swinging the bat.
Trevor Story in Colorado's had the big home run totals this season. But it's hard to argue against Diaz. His defense has greatly improved. He was off to a rough start the first month of the season defensively.
Had 14 errors at shortstop, but a lot of that, as you mentioned, came early in the season. But he's been hitting the entire first half.
Diaz turns one around. That is way back and gone. A home run. His 11th home run of the year. He has found another gear against the Milwaukee Brewers this weekend.
Now, on the home run ball, biting Chase Anderson already in the first inning. 17th home run that he's allowed this year. And this coming on a fastball, middle in, and Diaz, boy, did he pop the hips open and get the barrel on that one. No doubt about that one to left.
So one away with a run in now. Cardinals, the second most prolific home run hitting team in the National League. Only the Nationals have more home runs. Washington does have a home run today, by the way. Bryce Harper hit a 441-foot homer in their game against Cincinnati. So the Brewers are going to be facing the top 2 home run hitting teams as Holliday sends one deep to right. Flores feeling for the wall, makes the catch just in front of that wall.
All right, a couple, 3 balls hit pretty well. 2 of them to the opposite field, staying in the ballpark. Carpenter hit his pretty well to left. Chase gonna have to start getting the ball down. Look where that ends up. That's about belt high, outer half, and Carpenter nearly hit that one out of here.
So 2 fly ball outs to the warning track, and the home run, the no doubter by Diaz, a 424-foot home run. 2 away. Here is Piscotty. His second consecutive start. He missed a couple of games with a foot injury. And was back in the lineup yesterday. Had a hit yesterday. And he lines one to left field. Cardinals are finding the barrel early against Chase Anderson as Piscotty reaches with a 2-out single.
Yeah, and that was a curveball that time. So Chase is emptying out the coffers, trying to figure it out here. And maybe a changeup. On the curveball, might have been a changeup that he was able to go down and get and rip into left. Something off speed anyway.
Diaz telling him how he did it. Here's Brandon Moss now. And this Cardinal team with a lot of power up and down their lineup. Moss is their leader in homers with 17. Has 39 runs batted in this season. His first game of this series, he started in right. Yesterday started at first base. And he's back at first base again today as he turns on one down the line. That is well hit. And it is a foul ball.
Oh, boy.
Cardinals are stacking up some mileage on their fly balls in this inning.
Fastball up and in, and Brandon Moss hit that one a ton. It hooks foul, fortunately for the Brewers.
You can see it pass in front of that foul pole, and from that camera angle tells you it was a foul ball. Moss hit the longest home run in this stadium's history on Thursday night against Kansas City. He's having a breakout year, back to his old power game. Had some injuries, had a hip injury. Traded from the Indians to the Cardinals last year, and he was a good player for St. Louis down the stretch.
Man, Mike Matheny's playing the hot hand. He's been playing a lot.
2-1 pitch and a swing and a miss. There's a changeup by Anderson.
That's second consecutive day that he's played first. Putting Matt Adams on the bench.
Tried another one. Moss didn't bite. And if you're wondering if it has to do with maybe a career matchup against Chase Anderson, these two have never faced each other. Moss in his first career at bat against Chase Anderson. Very few of the Cardinals has seen much of Anderson. Jed Jerko, who's not in the lineup, the most at bats with 10. 3-2 pitch, runner goes. Moss fouls it away.
Yeah, that was because of Jerko's time with the San Diego Padres. They were both in the Western Division. Saw each other quite a bit. But Chase has had good success in 2 starts against the Cardinals. Only 2 earned runs in 12 innings.
Both starts coming here at Busch Stadium. Piscotty goes. Moss takes a call. Strike 3, and now it's Moss upset with that call. Both innings have ended with borderline pitches, so a pitcher-friendly umpire today in Ron Kolpa. Cardinals get a run on a Diaz homer. 1-0 St. Louis.
Top of the second in St. Louis. Aaron Hill lead things off as the Brewers trail the Cardinals by a run. And Craig Counsell had some very interesting comments about Aaron Hill during the pregame scum this morning. He said that Aaron is a guy that's a veteran. He's come in and he's been able to solidify that third base position and be an everyday player. And coming into spring training, a lot of people thought that Aaron Hill was no longer a everyday player, and he said, I don't understand why. I mean, he's only 34 years old. Yes, that's old on this particular team, but that's still relatively young in baseball years. And Aaron Hill got off to a really hot start in spring training, and then things kind of tapered, but over the last 52 games he's hitting .312 and has really been that one of the stabilizing pieces in this Brewers lineup.
He's done a nice job. This is his 12th season in the big leagues. He started his career with the Blue Jays and was an all-star with Toronto and has spent the last 5 years with the Diamondbacks. He came to the Brewers in a trade. He was in that Gene Segura deal, and Chase Anderson came with him from Arizona, and a young shortstop named Asan Diaz, who's down in A-ball right now. And the Brewers gave up Gene Segura and Tyler Wagner, a pitcher. So 3 players in return, 2 players traded away, 2 big leaguers. Yeah. And Hill's been that stabilizing force in the clubhouse more than anything else. Yeah. And I like what Counsell said about he brings a different set of eyes. That is a fair ball over the bag. And Aaron Hill with a single. Looked like he was just trying to stay alive at the plate. That ball ends up staying over the bag.
Yep, and that's not reviewable. Any ground ball down the line in front of the umpire, not reviewable. And Chris Conroy, the first base umpire, saying it's fair. You know, they had him shaded, did Hill. They had Hill shaded around and right down the line. That's why Piscotty able to get there so quickly. Right over the bag, and that's going to be a base hit for Aaron Hill. I would imagine, given all that was said about Aaron Hill right there, there's got to be a lot of interest amongst teams at the trading deadline for a guy like Aaron Hill, a guy that can come off the bench. He can start for you in the event of an injury, and a veteran presence on the bench, that is invaluable, you know, for teams that are trying to get into the postseason.
Yeah, I would agree. And he's been to the postseason in the past. This is the final year of his contract. He signed a 5-year deal with the Diamondbacks prior to the 2012 season, so he'll be a free agent. It's one of the reasons the Diamondbacks were willing to move him, to get some control with 2 players. Hill has had playoff experience with Arizona, and you'll remember this one back in 11 when the Diamondbacks played the Brewers in the division series. He was part of that club. He started every day. Actually had a pretty good series against Milwaukee, including a home run against the Brewers in that 2011 postseason. But in 12 years, that's it. Just the 1 year in the postseason for Aaron Hill.
Well, got off to a very poor start offensively, but he's got that batting average at .276, so he's done a lot of hitting as of late to get that batting average up. And a very good high fastball hitter, and we've seen Aaron Hill on a number of occasions be able to get on top of that big fastball.
Neuenhuis down in the count, 1-2. Kirk is hitless in this series. Started yesterday, did not get the start against the left-hander Garcia Friday, and that ball pops out of the glove of Molina. That's the second time that's happened to Yadier.
Just clanked right out of the glove. Maybe a new catcher's mitt. I'm not sure. You don't see that from Molina too often. Happens to the best of them.
The first one led to a wild pitch, or a pass ball, I should say, and a runner advancing. Not this time. Big swing and a miss. Waka with the changeup strikes out Neuenhuis.
And the Brewers return home on Friday to kick off a weekend series against these same St. Louis Cardinals. And because Fridays are student nights, all high school and college students can get Terrace Reserve tickets for just $10, plus enjoy a special $3 menu through the first inning.
1 out, second inning in St. Louis. Waka will face Ramon Flores now. The first 4 outs for Waka have been strikeouts. He had a game a couple of years ago where he struck out the first 9 batters. It's the first Cardinal pitcher in their franchise history to do that. That was against the Mets in 2014. That was early in the season in 14. He's got the big strikeout stuff. Flores turns it around, but right at Piscotty. Hit it like a bullet. But right to the Cardinal right fielder. And 2 men are out. Aaron Hill still at first.
He's starting to put together some good at bats, is Ramon Flores. That's why Counsell keeps him in the lineup against left-handed or right-handed pitching. That one had a little top spin on it. Didn't carry over the head of Piscotty that time. But a nice swing he put on that baseball.
And now Chase Anderson, the Brewer pitcher, at the plate. Anderson has 2 hits this year. He's 2 for 22 on the season. He runs well, so if he hits one on the ground, infielders know they have to move it a little bit. That's going to bounce through, a base hit. So Chase Anderson gets into the act. 2 hits in the first. The Brewers come back with 2 hits in the second.
That brings the top of the order up with another man in scoring position. So back-to-back innings for the Brewers. Opportunity to put it on the board. Good job by Anderson putting it in play.
How about those 2 hits for the Brewers in this inning? 2 slowly hit ground balls that make their way to the outfield. Now the Brewers in position with 2 on and 2 out. Top of the order coming up against Waka, Jonathan VR. VR hitting at an even 300. Strikeout victim last inning to start the game. And he's down quickly. No balls and 2 strikes. Kind of talking to himself at the plate.
Yeah, behind the fastball, out in front of the changeup. It's the way it goes sometimes when you go up there at the plate. Waka, same arm action, same delivery. Both the fastball and the changeup.
And VR just got a piece of another changeup. Count remains at 0-2.
3 in a row.
How many in a row will he throw? As the rain begins to fall once again. Going to be one of those days in St. Louis. I think everybody's happy this game actually started. An hour and 20-minute delay. But as we sat here yesterday and got 9 innings in with really no uncomfortable rain falling, it didn't look like today was going to happen at all. Forecast wasn't quite right. Understandable for these parts.
Hard to predict the weather by 100% chance, right? I mean, you really can. I mean, the radar was saying that it was going to rain during the delay. It never did. Kind of wasted about an hour and a half, but that's the way it goes sometimes.
2-2 pitch is fouled away. Now, the challenge they had, the radar looks like there's a front moving in, a storm, and so they stopped down play. But in hindsight, had they started on time, they certainly would have been able to play without any rain at all. Could have probably gotten in 3 or 4 innings. But that's easy looking back. I know ball clubs are very protective of starting pitchers, and rightly so. Both teams want to do it that way. But sometimes you get a little bit too much information from radar. Runners go, and a swing and a miss. VR is out, doesn't run, and Molina secures it at first. So Walker's got 5 Ks already. Louis. It's tough to crack a soggy peanut, you know. It's not easy.
It's like a boiled peanut.
Hey, in recognition of this July 4th weekend, Fox Sports Supports is proud to team up with The Mission Continues, empowering veterans who are adjusting to life at home and finding purpose through community impact. Visit foxsportsupports.com to learn more.
They got boiled peanuts in Texas.
Oh, yeah. Sure.
That's a southern thing. I had
boil them up.
Introduced those to me in Clemson.
And if you put a little squirrel fat in there, it's really good.
Yeah, I didn't do that, no.
You don't think you did that?
They might have. They were good, though.
Well, it's best to just embrace the weather, and Brewers fans are doing just that here. There's a number of Brewers fans traveling. It's not a bad drive from Milwaukee at all. It's only about 5.5 to 6 hours from Milwaukee to St. Louis. Good spot to come see a road game. Anderson back to work. We go to the bottom of the second. Johnny Peralta leads off. Skies are darkening here in downtown St. Louis as the rain intensifies a little bit. Peralta back in the lineup. Did not start yesterday. He's back in there at third. Was their starting shortstop last year. Had a terrific season for the Cardinals. But with the emergence of Diaz and Peralta's injury prior to the season, as he came back, Diaz was going along so well. Matheny moved Peralta to third base, moving Matt Carpenter to second base.
And as a result, Colton Walling's been playing some outfield. Just shuffling the deck a little bit, but they have all been able to hit for the most part. I mean, it's been a good offense for St. Louis so far this year.
It gives you an example of how a shortstop can impact the rest of the team. That is a premium position. As Peralta right off the end of the bat. Flores hustling in. He's got it for out number one. So basically, if you're the Cardinals and you're looking at Peralta, who had success at the position last year, but you found a 25-year-old star, perhaps, then he's the one that gets to stay, and three others make position changes.
Well, I think a lot of that has to do with the flexibility of Matt Carpenter, his ability to play second and third. You can throw him in the outfield, and he still hits no matter where he's at.
Molina gets a big hand as he arrives to the plate, takes ball one. Yadier has 3 hits in this series, has 1,500 hits for his career. Hit that milestone yesterday. They stopped the game briefly and secured the baseball. That's a big number, especially for a catcher.
Now they get read. There's been 34 catchers in baseball history to put up at least 1,500 hits. Pretty good company.
2 balls and a strike on Molina. And he takes a ball away. 3-1. When Molina came up, he was pretty much a defense only player. He did not hit much at all, but he's turned himself into a good hitter, and normally a free swinger. He's patient in his first at bat today, draws the walk.
Excellent opposite field hitter. Most of his hits in this series have come into center field, gap to gap. He will rifle one down that right field line and has always been very good with runners in scoring position. Doesn't strike out much.
It's a 1-out walk, and that'll bring up Tommy Pham. Pham hit leadoff yesterday for St. Louis. He made a great running catch yesterday as well. Speedy center fielder. Cardinals come in with a record of 42-38. Cubs lost again yesterday. The Mets, for whatever reason, have the Cubs number. Mets have won the first 3 in that series, and the Cubs giving up a game. The Cardinals are 9 back starting play today.
And the Mets are beating him today 13-1.
Oh, how about that? John Lester
jumping all over John Lester. Noah Syndergaard for the Mets.
That's what the Central looks like right now. Pirates are 11.5 back. The Brewers have dropped 3 in a row, and they've fallen 16 back and 9 games under 500.
There's been a lot of runs scored the last couple of days in baseball. Toronto's got a 15-1 lead over Cleveland.
There's a liner to Jeanette. It's caught and can't quite get the handle on the ball. Molina able to get back. Pham lines out for the second out of the inning. Could have been a double play, though.
Yeah, Scooters, I guess you're right. I mean, he didn't get a handle on it. Didn't want to throw it away. So Yadier Molina doesn't get too big of a jump. And if Scooter's able to get rid of it right away, he's got 2. Yadier Molina gets one of those leads, maybe a half step and a dive. He could fall down and touch first base.
2 outs. Here's the pitcher, Waka. Big swing and a miss for Waka. Waka has 1 hit this year. He's 1 for 28. Thus a .036 batting average. And he's down 0-2. Yeah, looking at the scoreboard today, Washington all over Cincinnati 11-1. Mets lead the Cubs 14-1. Toronto's beating Cleveland 17-1. And you're right.
Angels yesterday. Angels yesterday over Boston, 21 runs. 21-2.
Twins scored 17 runs yesterday in the first 5 innings and beat the Rangers 17-5 yesterday.
Look at the Mets, 22 hits against the Cubs.
Wow.
Man,
that's one team that the Cubs just cannot figure out. Going back to the postseason last year. That's how things change quickly in this game. I mean, I think you look at the Cardinals and the Mets, and both organizations very concerned just a few days ago, but Cardinals are starting to get it together again. The Mets now just 5 back of the Nationals, having won 3 in a row, and looks like on their way to their 4th. There's a swing and a miss. A strikeout to the pitcher, Waka. And Chase Anderson has a 0 in the 2nd inning. To you by Hupy and Abraham. 1-800-800-5678. Hupy and Abraham. Tell them you mean business. And by USAA. Insurance, banking, and investments tailored for the military community. Independence Day weekend. Happy Sunday to you all. 4th of July tomorrow. Talking about that game yesterday, an angelic hit parade. I like that. And the Angels scoring 21 runs on the Red Sox. First time they've scored 20 in a game since '04. C.J. Cron was 6 for 6 and hit a couple of homers in that game yesterday. And now Boston starting to scramble a little bit. Boston does have a lead today, 7-3. That game's in the 6th inning. Boston's right in the thick of things once again. They are 4 back of Baltimore in the American League East starting play today. It's 1-0 here in St. Louis. Aledmys Diaz with a home run. Came in the first inning. Now Scooter Gennett leads off. Singled his last time up. Each of the first 2 innings, the Brewers have had 2 men on base via the hit. And the Brewers have stranded 4. And are now 0 for 19. 0 for their last 19 with runners in scoring position at the plate. Quickly 0-2 on Gennett.
Well, it's kind of been a season-long issue for Milwaukee. There have been games where they've been pretty good driving in runs with men at second. But a little bit of it has to do, and we talked about it when we came on the air today. That was way back at 1 o'clock.
Little roller. Moss will shovel it to Waka for out number 1.
The pitching that they faced over the course of the last 3 weeks has been pretty good. When you talk about the teams that they have been playing. I mean, the Giants, the Dodgers, the Cardinals, all in the top 5 in the National League, and earned run average. A little bit of that has a little bit to do with it. Plus, I think the guys are pressing a little bit. When you're not scoring runs, everybody going up there trying to be the big star, maybe trying to drive one into the gap and expanding the zone a little bit. And nothing good happens when you try and do that. Take that same approach up there, and you get more times than not, you have a better chance of getting a job done as opposed to trying to do too much.
That old saying, hitting is contagious. Well, so is a lack of hitting. But this is a stretch for the Brewers of 28 games leading up to the All-Star break. So 26 of the 28 games in this window before the All-Star break against the top 5 National League ERA teams in the league.
Yeah, didn't even mention the Nationals. They're in there. The Brewers are going to go to Washington right after today's game.
2 series against Washington, 2 series against St. Louis, the Giants, the New York Mets.
Yeah, Dodgers are in there. Yeah, so one of the reasons that they haven't been able to score many runs. Puts a lot of pressure on that pitching.
And they're catching a hot pitcher today in Michael Wacha, an all-star last year.
17-game winner last year for St. Louis.
Wacha made a career high 30 starts last season. Most he'd ever started in a season was 19. Led all Cardinal pitchers and ranked 5th in the National League in with those 17 wins, and was among league leaders in a number of other major categories. Braun hits it hard, hits the glove of Wacha, and Braun is out. Knocked the glove right off his hand. It goes 1-4-3.
Line drive knocks the glove right off his hand, and Yadier Molina wants to go out there and make sure he's all right. Well, you can't throw your glove at a baseball, but he didn't do that. Baseball knocked the glove right off his hand. Kind of handcuffed him, maybe got him on the heel of the glove, and Molina wanted to check him out.
Yep. That pitch looked like it was headed back through the box, ticketed for center field. Braun is out. 2 outs in the inning. And here is Lucroy now. Lucroy, a strikeout victim in the first. He and Carter struck out with 2 runners on in the first inning. what looked like a promising inning developing for the Brewers, but that's the way a lot of innings have been dying here lately for Milwaukee. In the air to right, a lazy fly ball. Piscotty's got it. 3 up and 3 down. Waka is through 3, scoreless. 1-0 Cardinals.
Crew chief. Don't want to see that. Hey, keep up with the crew wherever you are with MLB.com. At Bat, the official app of the Brewers, featuring live broadcasts, scoring updates, breaking news, and more. Download At Bat today, free for your smartphone or tablet. It's not going to rain anymore, is it?
No, never rains on the Brewers. Ponchos are out.
A little light drizzle, not going to hurt anybody.
Keeping everything in full growing mode. Welcome all of those watching us today on the MLB TV app. 1-0 Cardinals. Aledmys Diaz with a home run in the first. Chase Anderson back to work in the third. Top of the order coming. And Carpenter on the first pitch fouls it away.
I know my son Billy's watching on MLB.TV at Fort Campbell in Kentucky. Doesn't miss many.
And we welcome all of our servicemen and women watching today. That's something we look forward to every day, hearing from all of you wherever you are. Got a big game tonight. Historic matchup in Major League Baseball at Fort Bragg in North Carolina between the Mets, or rather between the Braves and the Marlins tonight. And it's going to be the Sunday night game.
Built a nice ballpark there at Fort Bragg.
Very much looking forward to that tonight. Great work by Major League Baseball as well. Terrific stories coming out of that venue, and they'll be able to do a lot with that field after the big league game tonight. 1-2 the count. Carpenter pops it up. VR waves everybody off. He's the only one over there anyway, and he'll make the catch for the out. It's really cool what they've been able to do. Major League Baseball has gone in and they have transformed an old golf course at Fort Bragg in North Carolina into a Major League Baseball stadium, and it is fully ready for a Major League game, including padded walls. And look at that. Isn't that beautiful?
Yeah. On the side of an old golf course at Fort Bragg, an airborne unit over there in North Carolina.
It's just great. We salute all of our military members watching today, and thinking about you all, hopefully with friends and family, or those who are stationed elsewhere and not able to be with your friends and family on this 4th of July weekend. Aledmys Diaz at the plate. He hit a home run, the only tally on the board thus far. First inning home run for Diaz, is 11th.
And the power hitting shortstop is back in Major League Baseball. When you talk about Trevor Story, you got Seager at shortstop over with the LA Dodgers, and this right here for Aledmys Diaz getting the Cardinals on the board in the first inning.
That looked like a pitch that was in off the plate too. He still turned it and kept it fair as he draws a walk this time. Anderson trying to work on the outer edges. He is in a good place as a hitter right now, Aledmys Diaz.
Identifying pitches out of the hand very early. Identifying what it is, where it is, and the speed. All three of those things, when they're all in concert, boy, makes the game easy.
25-year-old rookie shortstop. So a man on with one out. Here's Matt Holliday now. Diaz has great speed as well. Cardinals feel like he'll be a base stealer one day. The question is right now for St. Louis, how much running do you want to do with this power hitting lineup? A team that has the second most homers in the National League. And Holliday sends that one deep into left center field. Neuenhuis is back and he makes the catch. Just in front of the wall. Neuenhuis runs it down. I think Holliday thought he hit one out.
That's second time today. Holliday hit one deep into right field, took Flores against the wall, and this time in his center. I don't think he got all of it. I think he got that one a little bit off the end. I don't think he was convinced that was leaving. Maybe thought it might carry, but not today. Not with the way the wind or the weather is today. Neuenhuis has plenty of room in front of that fence.
Second out of the inning. Another long, loud fly ball out against Anderson. I think that's what's so impressive about the top two home run hitting teams in the National League. The Nationals and the Cardinals are 1-2 in the league, and they both play in very pitcher friendly ballparks. Now St. Louis here at Busch Stadium, once the weather heats up, it gets hot in the summer, the ball obviously flies a little bit more, but it hasn't been that way in this series. Temperatures have been cool. Yesterday we were in the 60s. But this is not a hitter ballpark for most of the year.
Daytime maybe. Ball will carry a little bit better. It always does in every ballpark during the day, but a pretty fair park, good pitcher's park.
A wave and a miss. Piscotty chasing an off-speed pitch.
And when you look at those teams that we mentioned, the top 5 in earned run average in the National League, think about the ballparks they pitch in, right?
Right.
San Francisco, LA, here. You know, New York, that's a good pitcher's park. And Washington, pretty fair.
No balls, 2 strikes. Scotty a little bit late, fouls it away on a fastball. Scotty's got big power as well. He's got 9 home runs. He hit some big home runs in the postseason last year for St. Louis. Burst onto the scene a season ago, Stephen Piscotty. Former first-round draft pick out of Stanford. Curveball, a shot, base hit in the left.
Same pitch he got his last time up. And he hit it hard in the left that time as well. So maybe rethink the curveball to Piscotty here today.
Cardinals are getting their hits today. That is the 3rd to go along with 2 walks. A lot of base runners against Chase in the first 2 2/3 innings.
Of course, when you leave the curveball up there, it's going to get hit no matter who's up.
Brandon Moss now with 2 on and 2 away. Moss a strikeout victim in the first inning. Looked at a called strike 3. Whenever you deal with weather like this and there's rain in the forecast, it almost feels like you're playing 2 games. You're playing a 5-inning game first in your mind, because once it gets to the 5th inning, if the home team leads to the bottom of the 5th, the road team's ahead, then through 5 complete, that makes it an official game. And when there's threatening skies like this and a lot of rain involved, the game could end at any point after the 5th inning. And then once you get to that point, then you start just playing inning by inning in a regular 9-inning matchup. But there's a steady rain falling on and off today. So imperative for the Brewers to try to get out of this inning and get some runs on the board.
The field is amazingly dry, particularly around the warning tracks, around the playing surface. It was nothing but a big puddle all around the ballpark. These major league fields drain nicely. It's like it didn't even rain hardly.
2 balls, 1 strike, 2 men on against Anderson with 2 outs, and Moss fouls it away. Now these playing surfaces in the major leagues right now, it's incredible what they can do and how much water they can eliminate. You got the pump systems, the drainage systems, the science that goes into a playing surface. Moss out in front, pop up. Jeanette's out there in the grass, and that will retire the side. So Chase Anderson strands a couple of Cardinals on, and we're going to the 4th inning. 1-0 St. Louis on a rainy Sunday. First, and we go to the 4th inning now. The Brewers are coming to bat. Carsoup.com trivia today. Who holds the Brewers record for the most home runs before the All-Star break? Good question. Chris Carter is sitting on 20 right now. Anybody come to mind for you, partner? Maybe Prince Fielder of 07?
Yeah, he had 50, right?
50 that year. Waka back at it. And his first pitch, a curveball that misses. Carter struck out looking in the first with a couple of men on base. And Waka has been racking up the Ks. Has 5 of them already. Oh. Waka coming off his best season as a big leaguer last season. Works fast. He throws strikes. Got off to a very slow start this year, but has turned it around here lately. It was the opening day starter 2 years ago, As Carpenter bounces to short. Diaz has a good arm and makes a play on Carter for out number 1. Well, don't forget, we are inching our way toward the All-Star game. All of baseball's brightest stars come together. It's a primetime event. MLB All-Star Game from San Diego, July 12th, only on Fox. Joe Buck, John Smoltz, the new tandem at Fox. Watched those guys last night. Did a great job. Worked well together on the national game last night. They had the Mets and the Cubs. Aaron Hill with one away.
Don't see Joe around here doing Cardinals games anymore. He used to do a small schedule of games not that long ago, I don't think.
There's a line drive into right center. That's going to get down, a base hit. Over to cut it off is Pham. Holds Hill to a single, but he's 2 for 2 today.
Just putting it in play and hitting it where it's pitched. That's what Aaron Hill does. Trying to creep that batting average up to 280. Nice short stroke. Not a lot of movement anywhere. Just picks the front foot up, sets it down, good balance, and hits it where it's pitched. Dumps one out there into center field.
Brewers have at least 1 hit in 3 of the first 4 innings, and now 5 hits for the game. They are all singles thus far. Now Kirk Neuenhuis.
How many years ago has it been for Joe? He hadn't been here, right?
It was before my time. I think he stopped working here for the Cardinals maybe 05.
Something like that.
And his father, of course, the legendary Jack Buck, one of the greatest voices ever. Kind of cool walking around the stadium here. They have this statue of Jack Buck, but it's one of those censored statues, so you walk by it and it clicks off audio clips.
Yeah.
And if you're not expecting that, like I wasn't the first time I walked by it, it's a little ghostly.
Especially when you walk by that thing about midnight.
Yeah, that's right.
Not that I've ever done that.
Yeah, Jack Buck, he was one of the greats. He actually worked with Harry Carey here in St. Louis. Carey made his name as the Cardinal radio broadcaster back in the day. He and Gabby Street. There's a strike to Neuenhuis. And he's not pleased. 2-2 the count on Kirk. Aaron Hill at first. Cardinals expecting Neuenhuis to pull one on the ground. They play him straight away in the outfield. He's found the power stroke here in the last couple of weeks.
And some of that power has come to left field, left center.
Full count to Neuenhuis. Hill takes off. Neuenhuis turns on one way back into right field. It is off the top of the wall, and Hill around third is going to be held there. Neuenhuis into second with a double. Kirk Neuenhuis misses a 2-run home run by maybe a foot or so.
Yeah, a little topspin liner out there. It was sinking as it got out to the wall on a high fastball, and normally Neuenhuis very effective against pitches down in the zone. That went out away from him and had a little bit of a topspin hook on it, and that's why it didn't carry out of the ballpark. You see it sinking as it gets out there about midway up on that wall and right. And Aaron Hill not able to score. They had to make sure that ball wasn't going to be caught.
Had to be a tough decision for third base coach Ed Cedar. This is a team that has not scored runs and are really struggling offensively, but he would have been a dead duck at home plate. He wasn't even to third. It was already in the cutoff man's glove. But you're down at the bottom of the order. You've got the 8th place hitter in Flores at the plate with the pitcher due up next.
And it's really haven't been the issue, have they? I mean, getting men on base. We heard Craig Counsell talk about that before the game. It's these situations that have plagued Milwaukee.
Flores out in front of a change. 1-2 the count. That Waka changeup is a good one.
Man, fastball count, tough pitch.
Second and third. One gone, 1-1 count on Flores, who lined out his last time up. And he pulls that one on the ground. Fair ball. In to score is Hill. Neuenhuis right behind him will score. And into second base with a double is Ramon Flores. The Brewers take the lead, finally getting that big hit.
Another off-speed pitch. This time Flores waiting for it. And well, the Brewers have been playing around with that first baseline for a couple of their base hits. Another change-up, and Flores is able to get enough of it. And keep it fair, barely, right over the bag. And down the line, so the Brewers finally cash in with a man in scoring position. There's a big hit. Well, you got to wonder, Walker got to be kicking himself, right, with first base open and the pitcher coming up.
That snaps an 0 for 19 stretch for the Brewers with runners in scoring position. Flores drives in a pair. Now Anderson right back to the mound. Good play by the Cardinal pitcher. And out number 2.
Well, I guess if you're the Cardinals, you have to figure in a situation like that, second and third, one out. First base open, as you see Walker able to field his position pretty well. I got to figure, do I face the 8-9 hitter or the 9-1 hitter? So they decide to go after Flores, but they didn't challenge him with a fastball. That changeup got him.
Now Jonathan Villar. Flores at second. 2 outs in the inning. Villar fouls it away. Might have broken his bat. Needs a new piece of lumber.
7 hits already for the Brewers, so they've been able to cash in. It did the same thing against Adam Wainwright yesterday.
Yeah, 7 hits against Wainwright, but could not score. There were 4 double plays turned by the Cardinals against Milwaukee yesterday. But Flores with 1 swing of the bat plates more runs than the Brewers have scored this entire series leading up to this inning. 0-2 to Villar. Villar has never played as much in a season as he is playing this year for the Brewers. Everyday shortstop. And I mean every day.
Yeah. It's had 4 days off.
Just got one on the last road trip. Council paired it with a scheduled team off day to give him a couple. The most games that Villar had ever played was 87 with the Astros, so this is game 78 for him today. But as far as at bats go, he's already eclipsed that mark.
Yeah, 3 months and a week.
His 3rd at bat today. And down he goes, a strikeout. He has struck out 3 times against Walker. But the Brewers finally strike. They break up that long string of hitless at-bats with runners in scoring position. Flores a 2 RBI double, and the Brewers lead it 2-1. Crew chief Jerry Meals an update. Let them check out the radar.
Looks like Dale Swaim.
He does. Good call. USAA honors those who have served and all of our service members at home and abroad. Welcome you to this 4th of July weekend. We are in St. Louis. Brewers now lead 2-1. First lead they've had in this series. Had only scored 1 run until Flores drove in a pair with a double in the top of this frame. Now Anderson trying to put up a 0. Thunderstorms all around us.
Yeah, grounds crew has been out there a couple of times now, and just a light kind of a mist.
Johnny Peralta leads off for the Cardinals. One thing you'd never like to see, we've done this long enough, where one of the telltale signs that the tarp's coming out is the cover is off the tarp.
They've never put it on.
And so it is in the go position. And let's hope these storms just skirt the ballpark.
Let's get 5 in with a lead.
All right. Not a good start to the inning, though. Anderson walks Peralta. Chase has issued 3 walks. And Johnny Peralta is aboard. Didn't return until June 7th, out with that thumb injury. Torn ligaments in the thumb this spring. Here is Molina now. He walked his last time up. Boy, they love Molina here. No Cardinal gets the consistent ovations when he is announced as the hitter than Yadier Molina.
Well, he should. I mean, all he's done for the organization over the years. He's been the guy for many years here. Kind of took over that role once Albert Pujols left.
Molina's going to turn 34 next week. Got a lot of mileage on those legs as a catcher, but he still produces. Neuenhuis under this one, makes the play for out number 1.
It's going to be strange to come to Busch Stadium without Yadier Molina behind home plate. It's going to happen someday. It's going to be a very tough act to follow here in St. Louis.
Yeah, no doubt. He's got a contract that could run through 2018. Signed a multi-year deal.
They've had some good catchers here in St. Louis.
Now, one of his proteges is with the Brewers, Martin Maldonado. Very close. Spent a lot of time together in Puerto Rico in the offseason. Maldonado is very fond of all the Molina brothers. All 3 catching in the big leagues at one point. Jose and Benji. Benji was the first, and then Jose, and then everybody said the youngest Molina is the best of them all, and they were right.
Yeah. Certainly the best hitter of the group. Bob Uecker caught here. St. Louis.
He backed up Tim McCarver here.
Right.
St. Louis.
Tim McCarver, you had Ted Simmons here. Mike Matheny caught here.
Remember, we were here for opening day, the Cardinals opening day, and Ted Simmons was inducted to the Cardinal Hall of Fame that day. Should be in baseball's Hall of Fame, in my humble opinion.
Look up his numbers. I agree.
And just what I think what a catcher does. A lot of the catchers that are in the Hall of Fame, and the guys that come to mind like Yogi Berra or Johnny Bench, they played a lot of other positions other than catcher, primarily because of their hitting prowess. Can't underestimate the value of a catcher.
Well, Simmons could hit too.
Sure.
Switch hitter. Caught every day in St. Louis on that AstroTurf. Agreed.
There was a really good catcher right there in Matheny. He's got a whole shelf full of gold gloves to prove it. There's a walk to Pham. Control problem for Anderson. Walks Peralta to start the inning. Now a walk to Pham.
Got 4 walks now already. 4th inning. Well, I guess if you're Chase Anderson and you've had problems giving up home runs this year, the last thing he wants to do is find too much of the plate throwing down the middle. So I guess he's working the corners. If he misses, he's going to miss off the plate, as opposed to grooving one and giving up a home run.
The 4th inning has been the problem inning for the Brewers in the series. Cardinals scored 5 in the 4th on Friday night. Scored 3 in the 4th yesterday. It's all they would need in a 3-0 win. Well, you probably see Waka bunt in this spot. I'm sure Matheny would prefer Waka try to advance the runners as opposed to running the risk of a double play here. Pickoff play. Peralta back. Two on, 1 out. Waka squares early and gets the bunt down foul. Hit the lip of the baseline and rolled foul.
Yeah, for sure bunt, particularly with Matt Carpenter coming up. Instead of that double play, make sure that that guy gets in that bat in this inning if you're Mike Matheny.
Corners creeping in. 0-1 pitch. Waka back to the mound. Anderson might go to third. He does and fires a strike there. So Chase gets the lead out. Anderson is extremely athletic, and he showed that on that play.
Yeah, Luke
like
Roy,
an infielder.
yeah, Luke Roy right away telling him to go to third base, but pitchers know they don't need to be told. I mean, the ball went hard back to him. He knew he had to play at third base. And Peralta not that fast, about an average runner. They get him easily.
So 2 men are out, but the dangerous Matt Carpenter is coming up. Carpenter has hurt the Brewers badly this year. His season batting average against Milwaukee coming into play today, .483. In 7 games he had 14 hits and a lot of extra base hits as well. 5 doubles and 3 triples in those 7 games. And that one's into center field, a base hit. Just like that, we are all tied up as Carpenter strikes again. 2 out, RBI for Matt Carpenter, and we're all even at 2.
Guy kills the Brewers. It's amazing. The fastball from Anderson. Pretty good pitch to hit outer half, and Carpenter bangs it into center field. So, yeah, Matt Carpenter with a 2-out single ties it up. What's new?
So Carpenter with his 51st run batted in leads the Cardinals in RBIs from the leadoff spot. And now Aledmys Diaz with 2 away. 2-2 game. Brewers get a couple, and Anderson can't get that 0 on the board. Now Diaz into left field. Braun is going back near the wall, feeling for it. He leaps and makes the catch to end the inning. It wasn't pretty, but Ryan Braun makes the play to end it. That close to a 3-run home run, perhaps, at least off the wall. Braun hauls it in. In the bottom of the fourth, Matt Carpenter with an RBI single, but Ryan Braun going back on a towering fly ball by Diaz.
Almost golfed that one out of here into the Cardinals bullpen, actually Brewers bullpen, and Ryan had plenty of room. Not sure he knew where he was. I mean, watch him jump. He thinks he's against the wall. He's not. Made it a little bit more difficult than it had to be, but hey, he caught it. Well, Chase Anderson able to minimize the damage in that troubling fourth inning in this series.
Worked around 2 walks and a single. Only one comes in. But the Cardinals get the run back quickly. Wacha was on the base paths last inning. Took a little extra time to start this 5th. Scooter Gennett will start it for Milwaukee. Wacha has 6 strikeouts. 3 of those coming against VR, the Brewer leadoff hitter. Gennett 1 for 2. Had a single his first time up. He's been very aggressive against Wacha. It's been a pitcher that he has handled in his career. Gennett now with 6 hits in 15 career at-bats against Michael Wacha. Slow roller out to Carpenter at second, and there's out number 1. Back to our Carsoup.com trivia today. The question has to do with home runs prior to the All-Star break. Who holds the Brewers record for most home runs? That would be Prince Fielder in 07, 29.
You gave it away.
I just took a guess.
Did they give you a hard time down in the production truck?
They did. They're very upset about it. Producer Dan Keener.
I get the silent treatment when I do that.
He hit 50 that year. An amazing season for Prince Fielder. And he and Braun, what a tandem they were in that batting order. Corey Hart and J.J. Hardy. It's a good ball club. That ball club made it to the postseason in 08. A lot of those pieces.
Yeah, last guy to have 20 home runs at the All-Star break, the midway point before Chris Carter this year, was this guy. Ryan Braun did it.
Braun into center, a base hit. Clean single to center field. Ryan Braun is 2 for 3 today. And the Brewers put the go-ahead run aboard.
Yep, off-speed pitch up in the zone, and Ryan with that nice easy swing. Able to hit one hard into center. Fan thought about it for a second, but decided against it. Ryan's hit the ball hard all 3 times up.
Yeah, the last time hit the glove of Waka on a line drive back up the middle. He knocked it down enough to deflect it to second. Ended up as an out. We'll see if Lucroy can get a hold of one here with one away. He's 0 for 2. Having a tough series here in St. Louis after a good homestand. Lucroy is now 0 for 9 in this series. Two-2 game. The Brewers have out-hit the Cardinals 8-4. And Lucroy, little flare. That's going to fall for a base hit. Braun is on his way to third. Piscotty's got a good arm. The throw comes in and hits Braun.
Good thing, too. He would have been out.
Braun is shaken up at third base as Piscotty fired a cannon into third base. I think it got him on the wrist, maybe the hand.
Now, he's got a good arm, pretty accurate. Had that ball not hit Ryan as he slid into third base, it probably would have been an out. It looked like the ball was going to beat him there. Yeah, a little flare out there in the right field. Ryan Braun got a good jump, good read, and he decides to take off. Had it not hit him, he would have been out.
And Braun pushing the envelope, being aggressive. Yeah, right on the right hand, right forearm. But that's a big play. Now second and third with one out. Chris Carter at the plate can give the Brewers the lead. This would be a good look here where the ball hit Braun as he was sliding in.
Yep, the arm goes up.
Oh yeah, on the right back of the right hand.
That's a big play to get Lucroy into second base as well, with all the double plays the Cardinals have turned in this series.
You could see why Braun would want to try that, knowing that the baseball is wet once it gets to you in the outfield with all the rain we've had today. But you got to give Piscotty a lot of credit. He threw a strike in there to third base.
Yeah, perfect throw. Brewers got lucky there.
Let's see if Carter can cash it in. This is a spot where a ball in play is a must. Cardinals are going to concede a run on a ground ball. You know Waka is looking for the strikeout in a spot like this. 2-1. 2-2 to Carter.
Pulled a string, changeup. A fastball count, 2-1, men on base, and what does he go to? His best secondary pitch, changeup. He's done that a number of occasions already today.
Well, now Waka back in the driver's seat. 2-2 the count. Takes one inside. Carter runs it full. Chris is the Brewers home run and RBI leader this season. 20 homers, 49 RBIs. Payoff pitch. Up and away. Ball 4. Carter draws the walk. And the Brewers have him loaded up in this 5th inning with one away.
And not a bad option walking to home plate either. He's been seeing the baseball well against Michael Waka today. Aaron Hill.
Hill is 2 for 2. A little flip single to right on a ground ball that just went over the bag his first time up, and then a little flare single to right in the 4th. Waka works inside on him this time, and a fastball strike. Might have got a call there, huh? Fox Tracks had it in off the plate. Bases are loaded. Bullpen is active. Bowman getting loose. Hill's grand slam this year came in Cincinnati. One of the 2 in his career. That was part of a 2-homer, I make a 3-homer, 7 RBI game for Aaron Hill. As a matter of fact, Hill has 7 home runs. 5 of them have come in 2 different games against the Reds.
Right. 1 on the road, 1 at home.
Bases loaded, 2-1, and Hill takes low, ball 3.
Good patience at the plate in these situations. Veteran hitter.
Here comes a big pitch. Brewers scored twice in the 4th. Looking for more here in the 5th. And Hill, a shot right to Diaz. And this is going to be a room service double play. Aaron hit it hard, but right at the Cardinals shortstop, and Waka gets out of the inning.
Time to check in with the crew and the community. Beyond the Diamond is a series of community outreach events that will take place each month during the season, all of which involve partnering with Brewers Community Foundation, players and coaches, Brewer wives, alumni, and team personnel working in the community. The community events will be funded in part by Brewers Community Foundation and focused on the areas of health, education, recreation, and basic needs. For details, visit brewers.com/beyond the diamond. BA?
All right, Telly, thanks. The Brewers and the Cardinals, last game of this 3-game series. Cardinals have won the first 2. Matt Holliday on the first pitch. Skies one out to Neuenhuis in center field. And a big bat to retire to start the inning for Anderson. And Rock back to the double play ball to win the inning.
Yeah, hit it right on the nose, but the Cardinals add to their league-leading number of double plays. That's number 88 on the season. And Hill hit it right on the nose. Unfortunately, another double play. As we mentioned, the Cardinals turned 4 of those yesterday. They are rally killers, to say the least. Boy.
Brewers had them loaded up with 1 out and come up empty. Still 2-2 game here as we play in the home 5th. Piscotty at the plate, who is 2 for 2. Has half of the Cardinal hits today. Cardinals scored on a Diaz homer in the first. Brewers took the lead with 2 in the 4th. Ramon Flores a 2 RBI double. And then the Cardinals just tied it in the bottom of the 4th. Matt Carpenter with a 2-out RBI single. Two-0 the count. Piscotty a wave and a miss out in front. Big swing by Piscotty. Long and wiry strong.
Yeah. 2 hits today. Both have come on curveballs. Might want to stay away from that pitch.
full count to Piscotty. Anderson pitching in his 5th inning, pitch count of 80. Had a couple of walks last inning. One of those walks came around to score. He's walked 4 in the game, and now 5. And back in the stretch he goes.
Well, today's time of the game winner, the Pizza Factory in Princeton, as they call the Brewers, by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. They get 40 tickets to a Friday night game in the Miller Lite beer pen. This offer courtesy of the Tavern League of Wisconsin and Miller Lite.
Craig Counsell on his way out. And he will take the ball from Chase Anderson. A quick trip to make a pitching change. So Counsell going to the bullpen early today. Jacob Barnes will be the first man out here in the 5th inning. You can stream them live on your mobile device with the all-new Fox Sports Go app. Download the app, take Fox Sports Wisconsin and Brewers baseball with you wherever you go. Well, Chase Anderson, a quick exit out of this one. Craig Counsell making a pitching change with 1 out in the 5th inning. After Anderson issued his 5th walk, it'll be Jacob Barnes now, hard-throwing right-hander out of the Brewers pen.
Yeah, Craig Counsell not messing around here today. Any signs of a potential rally, and Chase Anderson gone. Well, Barnes last pitched on Thursday against the Dodgers, gave up a couple of runs in 2/3 of an inning.
Brandon Moss, first batter faced for Barnes. Peralta due next. Moss is 0 for 2. Anderson had struck him out and had him out in front on a changeup his last time up. And that hit the bat, a foul ball. 1 ball, 1 strike. Barnes has been quite a story for the Brewers. He has survived all of the moves since he arrived. Every time a reliever transaction was made, Barnes was certainly checking his locker for the pink slip. Not that they actually give pink slips anymore, but he figured he'd be the first one out. But he's pitched so well, he survived all the moves. Survived the return of Will Smith and Corey Knebel.
Yeah, it's not the note in the locker. It's hey, Jacob, Counts wants to see you.
That's right. Skipper wants to see you in the office. But he's avoided it, and he's earned a spot. And I think Counsell is starting to grow in confidence with Barnes. He's still pitching in the early relief scenarios like this one.
Well, it's a slider that they really like out of Barnes. I mean, that is a plus pitch. But they don't want him to get too happy with it. They want him to continue to throw the fastball because he's got a good fastball too. Big velocity on it.
Barnes had great numbers down in AAA to earn his call up, and doing what he did at Colorado Springs, where the Brewers AAA club is very impressive. That is a very tough place to pitch, but just about everything Barnes throws is hard. He's got the mid-90s fastball and the hard slider. Barnes' numbers at Colorado Springs before his call-up: a 1.21 ERA. In 22 and a third innings, he had 23 strikeouts, so more strikeouts than innings pitched, and only 7 walks. Strikeout to walk ratio a little over 3-1. One out, runner at first, 3-1 to Moss. And Moss fouls it back.
Yeah, and that's what he has. I mean, he has the kind of fastball that you can throw it on a hitter's count, 2-0, 3-1, and still get in on the hands. That's what happened with Moss right there. Let's see if he tries to put him away with a slider on a 3-2 count.
Three-two pitch is lined right field line, and he's going to go to the wall. Piscotty can run, and he's going to try to score, and the relay is mishandled by Jeanette. The Cardinals score. Moss all the way to third, and St. Louis has the lead.
Well, Jeanette's able to keep that ball in his glove. They have a play at the plate. Throw a little bit high. Looked like Scooter was trying to get himself into position to make a throw as he was catching it. It was a slider. It hung, and Brandon Moss rips it down the line. Well, Flores got there in pretty good shape. He played it Karen beautifully. When if Scooter's able to handle that throw, they have a play at the plate. It would have been close. But not only does Piscotty score, but Moss able to get to third base. Kind of surprised they sent him, but it worked out.
3-2 St. Louis, and here's Johnny Peralta now. That run will belong to Anderson. 3 runs against Chase today.
He tried to overthrow the slider. It was 88 miles an hour. Didn't do much. And Moss all over it.
Infield is in. Peralta at the plate. Runner at third. 1 away. And that one's into center. Plenty deep to score Moss. Neuenhuis makes the catch. A heave to the plate. And Moss is in. 4-2 Cardinals. Sac fly and an RBI for Johnny Peralta.
Now they execute. Now there's a fastball down, and when you have a big fastball down in the zone, a little bit easier to get to. That was at 96 miles an hour, and Peralta hits it deep enough to score the run.
Counsell made the call to the pen, and the Cardinals have taken advantage. A double and a sac fly. 2 runs are in. St. Louis leads 4-2.
One of the few times that Counsell has asked Barnes to come in either in a lead or in a tie game. Normally he comes in when the team is down.
Molina lays off a slider. Anderson 4 1/3 today. 3 runs allowed. It's amazing how fast it can change. The Brewers were riding high. They had the bases loaded and 1 out in their half of this inning as Molina grounds to short, and that will retire the side. Go from bases loaded, 1 out, come up empty, and the Cardinals get 2 and now lead it 4-2.
Twitter coverage of baseball. We'll start off with Steven Strasburg, who went 6 2/3 of no-hit baseball, but he was taken out of the game after 109 pitches against the Reds. Wilmer Flores went 6 for 6 with 2 home runs, 3 runs, 4 RBI, ties a franchise record for most hits in a game. And Russell Martin, he had a 3 for 4 game with a home run, 5 RBIs, as the Blue Jays come up with the second largest win in franchise history, beating the Cleveland Indians 16-1.
And some high-scoring games today in the big leagues. Thanks, Telly. New pitcher for St. Louis. It's a 5 and dive for Michael Wacha today. Cardinals lead 4-2, and Matheny's going to turn it over to Tyler Lyons to try to give him a couple innings.
Yeah, the Brewers had Wacha on the ropes in just about every inning other than the 3rd inning. I mean, men on base, scoring position, and high pitch counts for Wacha, but he leads with a 4-2 lead. Tyler Lyons, the only left-hander down in that Cardinals bullpen.
Kevin Segras on the disabled list with an illness, has mono. Not sure how long he's going to be away from the club. But Wacha goes 5, gives up 2 on 9 Brewers hits. There's a called strike 3 on Neuenhuis to start the 6th inning. Rain starting to fall here in St. Louis.
Yeah, it's coming down.
Neuenhuis very upset.
Yeah.
At the strike zone of Ron Kolpa.
It looked like a pretty good pitch. I mean, according to Fox Tracks, if you believe in Fox Tracks, I do. Not where Molina catches it, it's where it crosses home plate.
Here's Ramon Flores now. Raining as hard now as it has all day. And we're probably moments away from a tarp pull, I'm guessing. Could be just a little pop-up storm, though.
A clear-up storm.
Yeah. A summer squall.
Clear up to your neck.
Some fans are heading up for the overhang.
You gotta love it, but you know, we're going to see the same rain in Washington.
It's going to kind of follow us there, isn't it? Flores reaches out, punches one to center field, a base hit.
That's a good job by Flores.
He's 2 for 3 today with a line out.
Yeah, he's really starting to swing the bat well, isn't he? That's why he's getting all that playing time. Goes down and gets his slider from from Lyons and dumps it out there into center field, really putting a good swing on a baseball.
And we'll have a pinch hitter here. Council's going to send up Jake Elmore to hit. So it's a quick outing for Jacob Barnes. 2/3 of an inning, gives up a hit, allows an inherited run to score, gives up one of his own. Molina going to chat it over with Lyons. Lyons is in that tweener mode. We talked about him as a starter, and they've used him as a starter. But he's been an effective reliever as well. It can give you multiple innings. Could certainly move into a late leverage role if he wanted to at some point. Segras has been so good for him. Has been a struggling bullpen, though, for St. Louis. But they might have the pieces put together now. They had Broxton in the setup role yesterday. Sungwon Oh collected his first career major league save yesterday. Longtime closer in Korea and Japan. And that's the way it is now for Matheny's bullpen in St. Louis. A lot of rain.
Yeah.
Tough to hit. The former closer, Trevor Rosenthal, getting loose here in the 5th inning.
You got to believe at some point he's going to be back in that role. He's had too much success to stay in a long relief role. They're just trying to get things together for Rosenthal.
Elmore with a big swing, fouls it back. No balls, 2 strikes on Jake Elmore. Just arrived to the Brewers last week. heard hitters say the most distracting thing about hitting in the rain is the drops coming off your helmet.
Right. It is.
Right in your eyes. Line of vision. Well, it is already an official game, so the Brewers certainly don't want to see that tarp come out. Cardinals have the lead 4-2. Crew chief Jerry Meals, it's in his hands now whether to pull the tarp or not. 1-2 the count. A check on the runner.
Not a game to be played in the rain. Just not good. You've got a leather baseball in the hand of a guy that's hurling it at you, and when that leather gets slick, it can get really difficult to control.
That's a head groundskeeper there, Bill Fendley. One, two, the count. And a strike call. Down goes Elmore. Second strikeout of the inning for Lyons.
Hey, the Crew and the Cardinals have a 3-game weekend series at Miller Park this Friday, July 8th through Sunday the 10th. Reserve your tickets today at Brewers.com.
Here comes VR now.
That ground crew looks like they're ready to spring into action. I hate to say it.
Collecting in the third base well.
Yeah, the ground crew had put Diamond dry on the infield 2 different times before the game even started. Looks like they might have to do it again. They earn their money every day, but particularly on days like this.
Yeah, the unsung heroes of Major League Baseball, the grounds crew.
I'm amazed they're still out there.
You're right at the edge, I would say. Right at the edge of what is playable.
I mean, it's pouring.
Lyons steps off.
Bat's wet, the helmet's wet, the batting gloves start to get a little bit slick.
And a big swing by VR. It's always interesting to me during rainy moments to watch the dugout, especially the managers and the coaches. And in both dugouts, they're standing there in the rain, just taking it all on. Don't change.
Keeping their positions.
Two balls and a strike.
It's like in football, right? Not wearing, sleeves in the cold. I don't care if it's raining. I'm just going to stand there.
Has to be tempting because just a few feet behind you, there's cover. Everybody else is under cover, but the coaches, they like to stand in their spots. 2-1 to count now. 2 outs in the inning. And VR takes a strike. Rain is starting to lighten up a little bit. Still coming down, but not as hard as it was just a moment ago. Field is shiny. Two the count. We are hanging in there. There is one way to avoid being rained on at a baseball field.
A roof?
Yeah. And a retractable one is a really good idea.
A novel idea.
You can go purist if you want, but you can also be comfortable.
Very inconvenient, though.
Never appreciate the rain more than in spots like this, the roof. 2-2. VR takes a ball. That was close. A little flinch by the home plate umpire. And Lyons thought he had his third strikeout of the inning.
It could have been. Although today's home plate umpire Ron Copel likes the low strike, has better than the high strike today.
Full count, 2 outs. Flores will start with the pitch. He's off, and VR pops it up. Foul territory. Is going to end up in the seats. Looks like the rain, that little front, that line is past us on the radar, but the field's going to need some work between innings.
I think if nothing else, you're going to have to put some diamond dry out there. It's getting pretty soupy.
But the rain is lightning. 3-2 pitch. Runner goes again. Another foul ball. Well, you got to love VR's at bat here. He is grinding away in this weather. Giving him a little grief.
Yeah, you saw the spikes of Tyler Lyons. They're just caked with mud. Amazed he's able to get even a grip out there with those spikes. You know, that pitcher's mound is pretty much clay, which gets pretty slick when it gets wet.
Another 3-2 and a swing and a miss. VR strikes out. Lyons strikes out the side around a single. Good battle for VR, but a 9-pitch at bat ends in a K. Is brought to you by Miller Lite, the original light Pilsner. Cheers. It's Miller time. Well, the grounds crew is hard at work trying to get this field back to some order after a lot of rain last inning. But it looks like the rain has subsided, or at least lightened significantly.
It's going to take a while. I mean, they got to cover that whole field.
Miller Lite, what's on tap? You see what's set up for the Brewers in the Washington Nationals. Scherzer tomorrow against Junior Guerra. That's going to start at 10 a.m. local time, or rather in Milwaukee. Local start is 11. No television tomorrow on the 4th of July. You'll catch that one on the Brewers Radio Network and MLB Network.
Yeah, Brewers beat Scherzer and Gonzalez back in Miller Park. Same 3 pitchers they're going to face in Washington that they saw back at Miller Park.
So Guerra, Davies, and Garza on the mound for Washington, or against Washington, in that 3-game series. Our Miller Lite, what's on tap? Well, the grounds crew. There's the leader, Bill Finley, and it'll take a little bit to get this field back into playing condition. I did see Craig Counsell come out and talk to the umpires. It's a tough duty. It's a tough call. You always feel like you're trying to push through a certain front. And it looks like they made the right call, but that's tough to hit in those conditions. I think the advantage is with the pitcher and the defense.
Yeah, well,
when it's raining like that.
Well, it depends on who you talk to, I guess. But Tyler Lyon's able to throw strikes. Wet ball not an issue, and they change him out all the time.
Well, we got a minute here, and one thing we talked about in our pregame show, in case you missed it, might have seen the press release that the Brewers signed 9 players with their international pool money, and I think that's something new in the last few years. It's always gone down where the Brewers would look at international players, especially players from Latin America, but now it's a lot more organized these days. It's not so much of the wild west that it used to be, and there is a pool system now of money you can spend based on your finish in the previous year. So what do you see, and what do you take from the press release yesterday about the 9 players the Brewers signed?
Well, it's good the Brewers are really all in with the international signs. Some of these young kids, 16, 17 years old, they're all going to end up at the Baseball Academy in the Dominican Republic, the facility that Solomon Torres owns. The Brewers are going to lease out that space. They have been, and those kids are going to hone their skills before coming over to the States and playing in the minor leagues. They're going to get them ready to come over here, not only just baseball, but teach them how to speak some English, learn the culture around here, maybe some of the food that they're going to experience. And it's all about filling the pipeline with young players and see which ones spit themselves out and into the minor leagues. And maybe you get a diamond in the rough. You never know. You might get somebody down there that might turn into an Albert Pujols or somebody like that, or a Jonathan Villar. Villar started that way, and he's 25 years old, finally making his mark in the major leagues. He started when he was 16, 17 years old, so it's taken him a while, 7, 8 years. So the Brewers actively involved down in the Dominican Republic, and the international prospects down there. You got to get them young, because that's what the other teams are doing.
Right. Yeah, you have to think about it in a different way than signing free agents or even the amateur drafts. Well, they're going to take a minute to get the field ready, so we will take a break, come back, and hopefully we're back playing ball again. out there. Good info as well, and the grounds crew deserves a big hand. They came out and got the field as dry as they could. Michael Blazek's going to be the new pitcher for Milwaukee as we resume play here in the bottom of the 6th inning. St. Louis with the lead. The numbers for Blazek this season.
Well, spent some time on the disabled list, and Craig Counsell has been very careful how he's been using him, not trying to use him too much since coming off the DL. Last pitched on Thursday against the Dodgers at Miller Park, 2/3 scoreless. And came back from the disabled list, 15-day DL with a right elbow impingement. Came back on June 19th.
So Blazek getting his warm-ups in. And if you're just picking us up, our game summary. Game was an hour and 20 minutes delayed. A first-inning home run by Aledmys Diaz, the terrific Cardinal shortstop. But then Flores drove in 2. Had a 2 RBI double in the 4th inning, put the Brewers on top. The very next half inning, Matt Carpenter with a 2-out RBI single. And then Brandon Moss, an RBI double, scoring Piscotty. Another run came in on a sac fly. Starting pitchers are both out. Anderson on the hook for the loss, giving up 3 runs, all earned in 4 1/3. And Mike Matheny pulling the plug on Michael Wacha after 5 innings and 6 strikeouts. Wacha is in line for the win. So that gets you caught up here as Blazek gets his final warm-ups in, checking out the mound. All the diamond dry. Basically a kitty litter surface that absorbs a lot of the moisture.
Much better term to use, a much better name in baseball, diamond dry, as opposed to saying you're throwing kitty litter on the field. But it's the same stuff. It's interesting, you know, the tarp was on, it didn't rain, you know, before the game, about an hour and a half. Play through the rain, and because of that they have to put the diamond dry out on the field. Kind of things working in reverse here today.
Tarps on, not rain. Tarps off, rain. I'm not sure what we call this delay here. I guess it can't really be a rain delay. Just call it a field maintenance delay, I suppose.
Yeah.
All right, so we're back at it. 4-2 Cardinals. Brewers have out hit St. Louis 10-5. Doubled them up in the hit total, and yet they're down 2. Tommy Pham starts this 6th inning.
And a big walk to Pham back in the 4th inning. Walked the number 8 hitter, and Carpenter ended up with a base hit to tie it up.
A 14-minute delay to get the field back in shape. 1-1 pitch. Pham takes a ball. Blazek, prior to the injury, was the Brewers setup man. He was the 8th inning pitcher. Pham in the right, hit well. Back is Flores at the wall. He looks up. It's off the top of the wall. Then comes back in play. And Pham's going to have to settle for a double.
Tommy Pham wasn't even running.
They fire off the pyro here, but that's definitely stayed in.
Yeah, right off the corner of the top of the wall. And Tommy Pham, if he was running, might have been able to get into third base. He thought it was a home run. He had the home run stride going. And he kind of trickled himself out of that batter's box and was barely running between first and second. Right off the corner of the fence, and Ramon Flores is able to grab it and keep Pham to a double. Tommy Pham doesn't hit enough home runs to be doing that.
I'm with you.
He got to run.
Well, it goes as a leadoff double, and here's Matt Adams now pinch hitting for Tyler Lyons. The former Cardinal Michael Blazek. He came to the Brewers in a deal for John Axford. 2012 season. And his game has really evolved since then. He was a hard thrower with poor command. You got to give the Brewers player development a lot of credit, and you got to give the player a lot of credit too.
Right.
Michael Blazek
ironed out his mechanics and came up with 2 pretty good off-speed pitches, both a curveball and a slider.
Emerging as a very good late inning reliever. Brewers have even considered him as a starting pitcher. Adams down the line, just foul. 1-2 the count. Pham with a double, missing a home run by inches. Blazek trying to keep the Cardinals at 4. Pulls one down the other line now.
The arch is going, Brian.
Where is it? It's like a magic act.
There's a piece of it.
There it is. That was a little shocking to look out there and not see the arc.
Yeah, it's coming back though.
The gateway to the west.
Yeah.
It's temporarily blocked from a low-hanging cloud. And a swing and a miss. Adams strikes out. Blazek with his first out. It's a K. Back to the top of the order now for Blazek.
They've got him on a slider. Outer half slider, kind of a backdoor job, and Adams swings right through it.
Blazek will face Matt Carpenter now, who has bitten the Brewers again. 2-out RBI single, tied the game in the 4th inning. I was looking at some of the scores around baseball during our 14-minute field maintenance delay. The Twins beat the Rangers 5-4. Brandon Kinsler, the former Brewer, notched his 4th save for Minnesota. How about that?
Yeah.
Good for him.
Yeah.
He is a guy that has endured a lot, and he keeps fighting his way back to the big leagues.
Hey, when he's healthy, he's very effective. Staying healthy has been his issue.
Kinsler is dealing right now. Picked up save number 4. 22 2/3 innings for the Twins this year, a 2.38 ERA. Worked himself quickly into a closer's role. It's a lot of high-scoring games in the big leagues today.
Yeah, Boston turned the tables on the Angels today. 10-5.
Yeah, that 10 runs doesn't look like much after giving up 21 the night before, right? But Boston did win it. They're back up 7 games over 500 and keeping the pressure on the Orioles, who lead the American League East. Baltimore started play today 4-up on Boston, and the O's are down 6-3 to the Mariners in Seattle. Bottom of the 6th inning in that one. Carpenter draws the walk. 2 on. 1 man out. And the hot hitting Diaz coming up. We've seen the full rainbow of colors under Diaz's eyes. That right eye took a foul ball off that eye against Kansas City. In Kansas City, missed 3 games. He had a major shiner going on. And this is how he did it. It wasn't a hit by pitch. It was a foul ball right off the plate, and it got him good.
Yeah.
Man, that's scary.
Yeah, it was black on Friday. It's looking a little bit more yellow today.
Had a little purple tint yesterday, bluish. And yeah, starting to get into the yellow mode. A sign of improvement.
They're young.
He's seeing it well. Maybe. Whatever's going on with his eye, he's having no trouble squaring up Brewer pitching in this series.
It's not just Brewer pitching. I mean, he's been squaring up a lot of teams.
He comes in 7th best batting average in the National League. And he's 1 for 2 today with his 11th homer. Blazek trying to find a strike zone. Leadoff double hit the top corner of the wall by Pham. Struck out Adams, and then a walk. There's a swing and a miss. Diaz swinging 3-0.
3-0. Wild hack on a pitch out of the zone.
Popped him up. Long run for Jeanette, and he's got it for out number 2. So coming back from 3-0 down, Diaz pops up. 2 gone in the inning. Matt Holliday coming up.
A little anxious when he was ahead in the count, right, Diaz? That wild hack on 3-0. Looked like he tried to just reach out for a slider on a 3-1 count. Could have drawn a walk, didn't want to.
So it's Holliday with 2 on and 2 away. He's 0 for 3 today, but he's got some mileage out of those fly ball outs he's hit. All 3 outs, fly ball outs, 2 to center, 1 to right. Holliday made 5 starts at first base earlier in the season. I think that experiment is over for now.
Yeah, it didn't look real comfortable over at first base. Got the job done, but it wasn't pretty.
Part of the reason for that, Jeremy Hazelbaker was swinging the bat so well they had to find a spot for him in left field early in the season. Hazelbaker's back in AAA now.
Holliday still takes ground balls in batting practice, keeping himself ready.
Two and one. Blazek trying to get through this 6th inning. Been a bit of a grinder for him. He struggled with his command. Blazek has thrown 24 pitches in this inning, 13 for balls. But he's got a chance to get out of it with no runs. Brewers will have Jeanette, Braun, and Lucroy coming up in the 7th inning. Down 2. Trying to salvage this final game of the series. There's a walk. The bases are loaded. A double and 2 walks. They're loaded up for Piscotty. And the Cardinals can put the game away right here as Craig Counsell's on his way out. I think he's going to make a pitching change. He is. So Blazek cannot get through the 6th inning. And Blaine Boyer is coming on in a tight spot. Back to the bullpen goes Counsell. 4-2 Cardinals. Boyer coming in. And Craig Counsell, sensing a moment developing, is going to try to snuff that out. Blaine Boyer coming out of the Brewers bullpen.
Yeah, his number is very good. Boyer, a control pitcher, throws all 4 up there. And game number 33 for Boyer, a good .338 earned run average. Pitched on Thursday against the Dodgers. Tossed a scoreless inning. Gave up a hit, but struck out a couple of batters.
Boyer this season with inherited runners has inherited 10. He's allowed 4. It's a decent number.
Yeah. Well, he normally starts an inning most of the time.
So he enters here with 3 inherited runners on. 2 outs. Piscotty the batter. Piscotty has not been retired today. 2 hits and a walk. Scored a run in the 5th. That was Chase Anderson's last hitter in the 5th inning when he walked Piscotty. Anderson lasted just 4 1/3, giving up 3 runs, all earned. He goes. Fooled him with a breaking ball, and it's 1-2 now on Piscotty.
And slider off the plate. Piscotty didn't mean to. That wasn't even close.
Boyer trying to leave him loaded. Piscotty takes low and in. Blaine Boyer, the former Twin, has pitched in Japan. You look at his age and you feel like the end is coming, but he's not pitching that way.
No, he's throwing well. Had a good year last year.
34 years old. He was away from the major leagues for 3 seasons pitching in Japan in 2013 after surgery. Had good numbers there as well as a reliever in Japan. Said it taught him a lot. Piscotty in the air, way back. Grand slam for Stephen Piscotty. Worst case scenario for the Brew Crew right there. A 2-out, 2-strike grand slam for Piscotty, his 10th of the season.
Yep, got ahead of him 1-2, couldn't put him away, and then looked like a backup slider. Didn't do anything, stayed in the middle part of the plate, and see you later. Way back and left.
Up there in Big Mac land. He's got as much power as anybody on this team. Moss rolls one to Jeanette. And a bad throw. Scooter throws it away. Inning is extended here. Jeanette with the error. Boy, what power. That ball was launched.
Well, and again, he tried to put him away. He got him 1-2 in the count. Just couldn't get that slider close enough to get a swing. Remember that funky hack that he took on that one pitch? Looked really bad on it. And Boyer tried to throw another one. He didn't bite on it. And then he hung one.
I'm not sure they were expecting a baseball today up there. But that's where it ended up.
Oh.
8-2 St. Louis.
And the Brewers have still out hit the Cardinals today.
This is a very bad stretch for the Brewers right now. Started in the final game of that series with the Dodgers.
Man, too many walks. 4 walks have come around to score today for St. Louis.
Brewers lost 8-1 on Wednesday. On Thursday, I should say. Lost 7-1 here on Friday. And down 8-2 now.
Oh.
Joining the group of major league teams today, scoring a lot of runs on the wrong side of it. 425 feet they measured the home run. And for Piscotty, his second grand slam of the season. Ground ball off the glove of Boyer. Jeanette's coming in. Peralta will reach. And this inning can't end fast enough. 2 on with 2 outs now.
Seems like it's not going to end. Cardinals have now batted around. 4 consecutive batters have reached, including a couple of walks, or I should say a walk and an error, and an infield hit.
And that'll bring up Molina now. Well, the Brewers were a strike away from getting out of this inning with no runs.
Yep, and a 1-2 count on Stephen Piscotty. Yep.
3 of the 4 runs belong to Blazek. VR. And this one mercifully comes to an end. A rough 6th inning. 1 swing of the bat and a 4 spot for the Cardinals. St. Louis now up 8-2 as we go to the 7th.
Here in Djibouti, Africa, with Combined Joint Task Force HOA. I want to say hi to my family and friends. Miss y'all, and I'll see you next spring. Go Crew.
Hi, Lieutenant Justin Klatt here from Reno, Nevada. Just wanted to say happy 4th of July to my family back in Wisconsin. I love you guys. Go Brewers. Oh.
Great to hear from those guys. And all of our servicemen and women, thank you so much for what you do every day, keeping us safe. Keeps things in perspective here. Brewers not having a very good time in St. Louis. It has been rough. Cardinals poised for a sweep here this weekend. They now lead 8-2. They've got Trevor Rosenthal on the mound. Making a change in the outfield as well. Holiday has been lifted. Colton Wong will take over in left field, and this figures to be as good a time as any to try to get Trevor Rosenthal back on track if you're Mike Matheny and the Cardinals.
Yeah, you saw that earned run average at 5. I mean, in the month of June, his earned run average was almost 10. He was having all kinds of problems. Still 14 out of 17 in saves. But he's been lifted, trying to get it back.
Cardinals bat around in the 6th. They score 4 and lead 8-2. Jeanette Braun and Lucroy coming up. I would imagine this is a double switch here for Matheny, so I'd be curious to see if he's trying to get multiple innings out of Rosenthal. Maybe a way to
stretch him out a little bit.
Yeah. You see at the plate presented by Wendy's for Jeanette. 1 for 3. Brewers are headed to D.C. after the game tonight, starting a series against Washington tomorrow. Nats will have Max Scherzer on the mound against Junior Guerra. Tuesday is a night game in D.C. and then Wednesday is a late afternoon start, 3 o'clock start for that one. And then the Brewers are back home. They'll have an off day Thursday and then a 3-game series leading up to the All-Star break against these same Cardinals. Hope you'll plan to be with us. Great time to hang out at Miller Park and enjoy some big league baseball. Brewers had it going pretty well. They took 2 out of 3 from the Nationals. Playing really well at home. Dropped 2 out of 3 to the Dodgers. And a loss today would mean 4 straight losses for Milwaukee as Jeanette dumps one into center field. A base hit. Good effort by Pham. But Scooter is aboard with his second hit of the game.
Yeah, Pham thought he should have had it. I didn't think he had a chance. I mean, right off the end of the bat for Scooter. It's a changeup. Levels that swing out, and look at Pham. Look how close he comes to catching it. Not that close, but he does a good job to keep it in front of him. These guys, these center fielders, they think they should catch everything.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of in their DNA, right?
Yeah.
Well, Pham's a good one. Cardinals have been using Colton Wong in center field a little bit as well.
I mean, he's made 9 starts in center field. Colton Wong, 3 in left.
Trying to get him a little playing time in left today with Holiday out. Ryan Braun with a man on. Ryan's 2 for 3 today. Braun is on the home run leaderboard, the Powerball home run leaderboard. Has 13, second on the club behind Carter, who has 20. One ball, one strike. Ryan Braun at the plate, and a swing and a foul.
Really working that changeup, isn't he? Trevor Rosenthal. And fastball, he'll cut it, and he's got that good changeup that has been very effective for him as a closer.
Well, Mike Matheny knows that getting Rosenthal back into the closer's role helps every other aspect of his bullpen. And this is going to be an interesting few weeks here for Trevor Rosenthal. He's been lifted from the closer's role. A lot of guys don't ever make it back in that spot. He's young enough and is talented enough to do it. But there's that mental part of losing such a premier job. He's only 26.
Still throws hard. He's throwing 96, 97 today.
This is a guy who has had back-to-back seasons of at least 45 saves. 48 last year in an all-star season. Two and two to Braun. You always hear the talk about closers who have been taken out of that role. There's nothing like the adrenaline rush of a ninth inning, right, in a closer's situation, save situation. And now you're asked to come into a different kind of situation. There's not that burn. You're pitching in an 8-2 ball game in the 7th inning after you're used to all that intensity and adrenaline.
Well, and I agree with you. And I think we mentioned it before. I mean, earlier in the game, you figure that at some point Rosenthal is going to get the job back. And I think this might be just as much of a test of his mettle for Mike Matheny than anything else. Plus, take the pressure off him a little bit. I mean, things were starting to get caught up with him, kind of snowball on him, and, you know, take him out and see what he's made of. Still young enough to be able to work his way back.
Sungwon Oh has been put into that closer's role. Braun whistles one back up the middle and a base hit. Jeanette will turn and he'll stop at second. So back-to-back singles off Rosenthal. The Brewers trying to get something cooking here in the 7th inning. Ryan Braun has 3 hits today. 7 for 11 in his career against Rosenthal now.
Brewers have given him troubles. I mean, even when he was able to close games out, it wasn't easy. Brewers have laid a couple of blown saves on him. Brony just picked on a slider that was right down the middle and hit it hard into center field.
His career against Milwaukee, that's a high ERA for a closer. You're typically starting an inning as a closer. You're rarely coming in with inherited runners, so that's a pretty true ERA. And while that might be good for a starting pitcher, for a guy who's the last line of defense, Anything up over 3 starts to get a little questionable. Lucroy with 2 on. Brewers looking for a quick strike here to get back in this game.
Man, Matheny not messing around. He's got activity out in that bullpen. He's not going to let this go much further. Rosenthal continues to struggle. That's Bowman again. He's been up before today.
Cardinals will continue on their homestand. They've got Pittsburgh coming in for tomorrow's game. This homestand started for them with a couple of losses to the Royals. And they have lost 7 consecutive games at home. Two on, nobody out, and Lucroy fouls it away. The one thing that's missing from Rosenthal's arsenal is the put-away pitch, the put-away swing and miss pitch. So you do see a lot of foul balls, and you see a lot of high pitch counts with
Well,
him.
and the thing is, he doesn't have much of a slider right now. That's a put-away pitch, and the changeup. When he keeps it down in the zone, he's not doing either one. That pitch right there, the change, just can't find it.
Two on, Lucroy swings and pulls one foul. It's got to be a tough call for a manager. You know, I think that's one of the more difficult things to do when a guy has been there for you, has been great for you, has been an all-star, has helped you win a lot of games, has pitched well in the postseason as well. Rosenthal has only given up 2 earned runs in his career in the postseason. That covers 23 games. 26 innings, he's only given up 2 earned runs when it matters most. Lucroy lines one into left center, a base hit. Jeanette around third, he'll score. Braun's on his way to third, and a high throw bounces off the dugout. Stays in play. Braun holds up, down 5 runs. Lucroy with an RBI double. And it's going to be second and third now with a run in and a visit to the mound coming.
Brewers are creeping right back into this baseball game, and that fastball right down the middle of the plate, and you're not going to get too many outs when you're getting center cut fastballs down the middle. That'll be a base hit, RBI, and Lucroy takes second on the throw. No error.
That'll be a single for Lucroy officially. Derek Lilliquist, the pitching coach, with a chat with Rosenthal. Lucroy with 2 hits now. Remember, he had been 0 for 9 in the series until his single in the 5th. So maybe he's coming alive. 3 consecutive hits to start the inning against Rosenthal, and here comes Chris Carter. And with 1 swing of the bat here, he could make this a 2-run game.
Yes, he could. And the way Rosenthal is throwing, he's not getting too much of the corners. Either missing badly or throwing them right down the middle.
Carter today is 0 for 2. He did walk his last time up. Homered here Friday night. That had been the only run the Brewers scored until today. Homered to straightaway center field off Garcia.
Amazing, the Brewers have out hit the Cardinals 13-8, but they're down by 5 runs.
That's a tough one to swallow.
Goodness gracious.
Cardinals just got 4 in the bottom of the 6th on one swing of the bat from Piscotty. Grand slam. Second and third, nobody out, and Rosenthal misses. Pitch count is rising.
This might be the last hitter right here. I don't think Matheny is going to mess around too much longer.
That's the other part of it. You're trying to get him right. You put him in some low leverage situations, and he's not having success here either. So where's the next step for Rosenthal? 3-1.
Yep, down the middle or missing. Can't find the corners, and Carter knows it. Try and turn his fastball around.
That's a strike.
There's one.
Full count. Maybe got a break. Normally pitchers who are not commanding well don't get those calls. Full count, second and third. Carter fouls it away. There's a way back in for the Brewers. They're going to have to take advantage of this spot, though. Carter takes a ball. It's ball 4. The bases are loaded. And that's the end of the line for Trevor Rosenthal. Boy, the boo birds coming out here in St. Louis. They rarely boo their own.
Yeah, what have you done for me lately, right? All he's done, all the things you were talking about with Rosenthal, and he gets booed.
Well, suddenly the Brewers have a run in, the bases loaded, down 5, and a huge moment in the game coming. Matt Bowman is on the pitch. Pitching change on this final game. Rosenthal's struggles continue. We'll take a timeout. Here he's got Greg Garcia in the game. Remember, he made a double switch to start the inning with Colton Wong. He's taking his big bat out, Matt Holliday. And after a woeful outing by Rosenthal, back to the drawing board. It's Matt Bowman now. Nobody out, bases loaded, and a run is in for Milwaukee.
Yeah, 25th appearance for Bowman and a .352 earned run average. Bowman, an expert at getting ground balls, and that's why Matheny's bringing him on, maybe to turn one of those double plays that the Cardinals have been so good at in this series. Got a tough customer up at the plate. Aaron Hill having a good day.
Down 5. Rain starting to fall again here at Busch Stadium. We've had 2 delays. Hill trying to do some damage, and inside almost hit him. Our 20-minute rain delay to start the game. And then there was a small 14-minute delay as they played through a lot of rain. They had to get the field back together after an inning. After the 6th inning ended for the Brewers. This Cardinal bullpen has had their troubles. This is a major area of concern here in St. Louis. Two and 0 the count, and missing badly. 3-0 now.
He's got that big sinker, just can't command it right now. Looking for that ground ball. Aaron Hill, you figure he's going to take one at least. Nice to jump right back into this ball game today.
Oh, it's night. We're moving into night.
It's getting there.
There's a strike. Bowman, the Rule 5 pick. Got his first win against the Reds back on June 8th. There's a ground ball. Garcia just in the game, coming home, and they get the out at the plate. That's a good catch by Molina. Little dying sinker from the third baseman. Molina. That's easy with a first baseman's mitt, but not so much with a catcher's mitt. They get the lead out at home plate.
Yeah, Garcia had an opportunity to slow down and make a better throw to Molina, but he just kept running. See him playing behind the bag, a little slow roller. Check him out. Off balance, and Molina, easy catch. He's working it like a first baseman.
So the first out of the inning, base is still loaded. Here comes Neuenhuis. Bowman coming all the way back from 3-0 down to get an out without a run scoring. Neuenhuis doubled off the wall in the 4th. Struck out his last time up. He's 1 for 3 today. 0-2 the count. Well, what do the Cardinals do with Trevor Rosenthal? That is a huge question right now.
I'm sure they'll figure something out.
No balls, 2 strikes, and a little tapper foul.
Man, knowing the Cardinals will probably bring somebody up from AAA that's going to be throwing about 97 miles an hour, right?
I'm sure they got a few down there.
It's kind of the way they operate. One doesn't get it done, somebody else comes up and does.
Well, that's how Rosenthal got his job, right?
Right.
Jason Mott struggled. In the dirt. Good block back there by Molina. Rain starting to be more of a presence now. Coming down hard.
We will be very fortunate and lucky if we are able to get through this game without that tarp coming out.
One ball, 2 strikes. 2-2. Some hardy Cardinal fans hanging in there today. Neuenhuis could have a game-changing moment right here. 2 balls, 2 strikes. down the left field line and foul. He hit it on the barrel, but he was a little late.
Yeah, got that sinker up in the zone that time, and Neuenhuis got the barrel on it.
You know, it says there's only a 20% chance of rain. I'm thinking they're wrong. They're wrong by 80%.
20.
Oh boy. They're going to pull the tarp. Okay. Well, Neuenhuis is happy about that. It's tough to hit with the rain falling like this. And they are going to pull the tarp with one out, and the Brewers have the bases loaded. Rain delay in St. Louis. All right. We'll take a timeout. We'll check in with the studio. And Craig Counsell is not happy at all with Jerry Meals. All right, we'll take a timeout. We'll hear from the studio after this, and then we'll wait the rain out. Finish up the third delay of this game. At an hour and 20-minute rain delay to start. There was a 14-minute delay to get the field prepared earlier, and now we're in the third delay, but we're going to pick it up. So let's reset the scene here for the Brewers and the Cardinals. We play in the 7th inning. The bases are loaded. The Brewers have a run in this 7th inning, and the tarp was asked to be pulled on in a 2-2 count to Kurt Neuenhuis, so he will resume in the box. Matt Bowman is going to continue on the mound for St. Louis.
Yeah, tough duty for both of these guys. I mean, mid at bat, Kirk Neuenhuis had a long time to wait for this 2-2 pitch, and Bowman, that's tough duty for him as well.
It's like those old inter-squad games you used to play when you'd pick it up with a 2-2 count, so you got to be ready to swing. But the game could hinge on this at bat. 2-2, 1 out, bases full. The pitch is swung on and fouled off. 55-minute delay officially. One of the 3 delays that we have had today. This game was supposed to start at 1:15. Still at it. Cardinals led 8-2. Brewers have scored 1 in this 7th, and Neuenhuis pulls one foul. Count stays at 2-2.
Yeah, Bowman with that sinker slider, he gets a lot of ground ball outs when he gets that baseball down, and that was one right there. Neuenhuis able to get a piece of it.
Well, this inning began with Trevor Rosenthal on the mound. He gave up 3 hits and a walk. Was taken out for Bowman. There's ball 3. Bowman came on, got Aaron Hill to hit one to third base. They got the out at home, a forced play. So you got Lucroy at third, Carter at second, Hill at first. 3-2 pitch. Little tapper. Bowman is up with it. We'll go to first in time. The Brewers score a run. That'll be an RBI for Neuenhuis. But Kirk is retired on a 1-3 putout.
Yeah, taking a sure out. I thought he had to play at home plate if he wanted to get the out there, but decided to get the sure out. The easy flip over to first base. Look at the big lead for Lucroy. Maybe not, but that was the shift allowed Lucroy to get about a third of the way down toward home plate before that pitch was even thrown.
So 2 men are out now, second and third for the Brewers, and here is Ramon Flores, who's already delivered a 2 RBI double in this game back in the 4th. At the time, it gave the Brewers the lead 2-1. Eight to 4 now. Cardinals lead by 4 after they scored 4 last inning. Stephen Piscotty hit a grand slam with 2 outs and 2 strikes to take this from a 4-2 Cardinal lead to an 8-2 lead. Now the Brewers have gotten a couple back. Two balls and a strike.
You see that big movement that Bowman has when he keeps the baseball down. That is a lot of movement. You got to stay on it if you're left-handed. Flores has been doing a good job of that as of late, shooting that ball into left field.
And back up the middle, but caught by Bowman. Oh, that's the way it's going for the Brewers in this series. Flores hit a shot right back up the middle. Bowman makes the play instead of a 2 RBI single. The inning is over. but gets out of the inning. Ramon Flores lines out to end the inning. A chance to drive in a couple here, Rocky. Looked like it was headed for center field.
Yeah, would have driven in two and made this a pretty interesting game. But Bowman fields his position pretty well, like all sinker ball, ground ball pitchers, and saves his team a couple of runs. Pretty good job by Bowman coming in with the bases loaded.
How about this? Yan Marinez is back on the mound, his third straight day, and he's been going multiple innings each day.
Yeah, he's been doing yeoman's work. I mean, Marinez has been eating up a lot of innings for Craig Counsell. A couple of days ago, it was 2 1/3 innings. And the day before, an inning and a third. He had yesterday off, but right back at it again today.
Look at that workload. 34 pitches Friday, 20 pitches on Thursday. 3 out of 4 days. I think I said third straight day. 3 out of 4 days for Marinez. After the Brewers were shut out yesterday. Well, the Brewers got a quick turnaround tomorrow. They're going to have to play Washington at 11 a.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Central. So still got to fly to D.C. and turn it around fast. Marinez, if he can, will try to pitch the final 2 innings of this one.
Yeah, Nationals been done for a while. They're at home. Beat Cincinnati 12-1.
Almost everything coming up final in the big leagues. A lot of West Coast games coming to a conclusion as well. We've had a long day of baseball here. A lot of rain, a lot of weather problems as Marinez strikes out Tommy Pham for the first out of the 7th inning.
Hey, get out of bed with a little help from Mr. Baseball. Fans at Miller Park. 1 week from today, when the Brewers take on these Cardinals, we get a Bob Uecker talking alarm clock courtesy of Toyota. Reserve your spot today at Brewers.com.
So 1 away. Here is Colton Wong. Came in on a double switch. And his first at bat of the day. That's a base hit. Down the line it goes. Wong, the speedster, into second base with a double.
Marinez with the fastball up and away, and Wong doing a good job going right with it. There it is. Slices it inside that left field line for a 1-out double. Brewers still out hitting the Cardinals, but down by 4.
Wong in his first at bat of the day. With that double, runner at second, 1 out. Yeah, the Brewers have 13 hits today. Cardinals have 9. Making the most of their hits, though. Carpenter drove in a run in the 4th with a single. Walked his last time up. Lucroy with a good block.
Yeah, nice job by Luke.
Got to give it to Lucroy today as well. Both of these catchers. It's always more difficult to catch in the soft conditions, like running in sand. And these guys enduring a couple of rain delays. A lot of pitches in this game.
Yeah, mud gets caked into those cleats, and you really don't have good grip. But he's able to slide over and keep it close.
1 ball, 1 strike. Carpenter is 1 for 3 with a walk. Scored a run. Drove in his 51st back in the 4th inning. And that one is deep into right field. Well hit. Back is Flores. He reaches up. He's got it. A great catch by Ramon Flores. Wong tags and goes to third. But Ramon with an excellent play, and Carpenter is robbed.
How many times has he been robbed in this series? 2 or 3. There's been a lot of near misses for the Cardinals in this series. Well, he fast saw a slider actually, and he just drops the head on it, and I think he thought it was out of the ballpark. So did I, for that matter. And Flores going up against that wall, playing deep, making that catch a little bit easier. Saving a run.
See that line of water coming off the top of the roof, or top of the wall out there. So 2 outs, runner at third now. Here's Diaz. Diaz homered back in the first, his 11th of the year. He's walked today. He's 1 for 3. Had a 424-foot home run in that first inning and did it on a 2-strike pitch. Chase Anderson started, and Anderson, second batter he faced, tried to get one inside with a fastball, and Diaz turned it around.
He had 2 home runs for the Cardinals, 1 a grand slam.
Now both 400-foot-plus bombs, and both coming on 2-strike pitches today. In there, a strike, 3-1 on Diaz. It's probably a go figure moment for him. He's been in 2 3-0 counts in this series, and he's swung at each of the 3-0 pitches, and they both been out of the strike zone. He says, well, I'm going to take this time, and it's right down the middle. And he lays off. He draws the walk. So Marinez with a walk. Inning is extended. And it's going to be Greg Garcia. Came in on the double switch last inning. This is the spot that was occupied by Matt Holliday. Much rather face Garcia in a spot like this than Holliday.
Man, no kidding. 2 left on the bench for the Cardinals. Backup catcher and Jed Jerko.
Back up the middle, and a base hit on the first pitch. Garcia delivers an RBI, and the Cardinals add to their lead. It's now 9-4.
Well, walks have certainly played a big part in this game today, for sure. I mean, 4 walks have come around to score, and a 2-out walk allows Garcia to get a pitch and bang it into center field. Too many walks by the Brewers today.
Chase Anderson walked a season-high 5. Blazek had a couple of walks, giving up 3 earned runs in his 2/3 of an inning. Piscotty with 2 away. 3 hits, including a grand slam. He has not been retired today. 3 hits and a walk. Second grand slam of the season for Piscotty. And that was the game changer in the 6th inning. There was no doubt. Came on a 2-strike pitch from Blaine Boyer.
Slider that didn't do anything, and he turned it around. The amazing thing about it is he was able to keep it fair up in Big Mac land.
A shot right to Hill. He'll go to the bag for the out, and that will retire the side. But the Cardinals get one back, an insurance run on a couple of hits. 9-4 St. Louis. for the Brew Crew today. They're down 9-4. It is raining again hard. Jonathan Broxton, the former Brewer, is on and now in a setup role for the Cardinals. And Broxton will come on to face a pinch hitter to start it, then back to the top of the order. Hernan Perez is going to hit for Craig Counsell.
Now you wonder how much water this field can take. I mean, it has been raining off and on all day. It's coming down pretty good right now, and you got to believe that the crew chief Jerry Meals is thinking about that tarp again. That's the last thing he wants to do.
He's had a tough day. Umpires, we give a lot of credit to the grounds crew today as Perez on the first pitch rolls to second. This grounds crew here in St. Louis have put in some serious hours today. A lot of manpower. Tip our hat to them.
Yeah.
It's been a tough day for them.
And it's not going to end after the game either. I mean, they got a lot of work to do to get the field ready for tomorrow's game. I mean, with all the rain we've had and all the diamond dry that's been on the field, I mean, the puddles are going to form very quickly. Yeah, given the rain that's coming down right now, you can see it on the warning track right here over by the Brewers dugout. It is pulling up quickly.
Top of the order here is VR. Now, VR was wiping his helmet. Broxton could have delivered a pitch. VR didn't ask for timeout, but I think Broxton decided to be in everybody's best interest if he didn't fire one to the plate right there.
Yeah, right.
VR not even paying attention.
Did it again. I think he's just trying to take one, actually. Been a long day for Jonathan.
VR is 0 for 4 strikeouts. Looking like a player that needs a day off. Brewers will have a day off, a team scheduled off day on Thursday, but we mentioned earlier that he's been logging a lot of innings.
He's only missed 4 games that the Brewers have played this year. He started every single game but 4, and something new to him playing every day.
Slow roller. And going to be a race to the bag. Broxton is there, and it's in time. Nice connection between Moss and Broxton. 3-1 on the put out. 2 outs in the 8th.
Kind of a tough exchange right there, but Broxton able to make the play barehanded. You don't want to get in a collision with him.
Good call over there at first.
Yeah, you lose that collision.
So 2 outs. Here comes Jeanette. Scooter has a couple of hits today. 2 out of 4. He's raised his batting average. It's been on a steady rise for a while. He's hitting .266 now with 7 homers and 21 runs batted in. And he slaps that one to third base. This is going to be an easy inning for Broxton. 1-2-3. The Brewers go quietly in the rain in the 8th. Jerry Meals, the crew chief today, has had a tough day. He's had to ask for a couple of tarp pulls, 3 different delays in this game. And that's Bill Finley, the head groundskeeper. Rain is off and on. Hernan Perez is going to stay in the game and play second base after his pinch hit appearance. We're in the bottom of the 8th. Jeremy Jeffress, a closer needing some work, will get this bottom of the 8th for Milwaukee.
Yeah, it's been a while. It was way back on June 25th against the Washington Nationals. That's a while ago. That was his 21st save of the year. He tossed a scoreless inning. Can't keep your closer idle that long. So Craig Counsell electing that he gets some work here in this inning.
Got Brandon Moss starting it. Moss had an RBI double in the 5th. Reached on an error in the 6th inning. 1 for 4 today. He's got 40 runs batted in now. He's having a comeback year for St. Louis. 1-2 the count on Moss.
Man, that's why Mike Matheny keeps throwing him in that starting lineup. The bat plays, that's for sure. They'll find a spot for you, whether it be the outfield or over at first base.
Little roller over to first. Carter will gobble it up, and there's out number 1 for Jeremy Jeffress. Well, the Cardinals are going to stay home. They've got a home game tomorrow against the Pirates. Brewers are headed to D.C. to take on the Nationals. Jet Jerko get a pinch hit appearance in this 8th inning. Broken bat, and that's going to sneak through. Infield hit for Jerko. Well, he waited all that time to get an at-bat, and he got one, and he broke his bat, but he comes up with an infield hit. That's a good day's work.
Yep, seeing eye base hit up the middle. Got enough of it to get it through the infield. No chance for Jeanette once he got to it. Actually, Perez, he was over at second base.
And so 1 away with a man on for Yadier Molina. A small but boisterous crowd here. Ground ball to short. 6-4-3 double play to end the 8th. We go to the 9th. Last call for the Brewers. Down 5. This Marathon Sunday in St. Louis. Busch Stadium in St. Louis on a rainy weekend. And the Cardinals are 3 outs away from sweeping Milwaukee. And they got a new man in the big leagues. They put Kevin Segrist on the disabled list. This is Sam Tuivailala on the mound for the Cardinals, and he'll have the duty of trying to get the final 3 outs.
Yeah, he got called up on Friday. We saw him last year with the Cardinals. Last appeared down in the minor leagues the end of June 30th, an inning of work. Just glad to be back in the big leagues. They strikeout pitchers, got a good arm.
Sam Tuivailala will get Ryan Braun to start it, and then Lucroy followed by Chris Carter. Michael Wacha started this game today. He's in line for the win. He went 5 innings. Chase Anderson still on the hook for the loss. Brewers had a 2-1 lead after 3.5. Cardinals tied it in the 4th and then got 2 more in the 5th. Broke it open with a grand slam by Piscotty in the 6th. Braun, a base hit to left. His 4th hit of the game. And he's had a couple just like that. 4 for 5 today for Ryan Braun.
And his out was hit hard too. I mean, a line drive up the middle that was knocked down by Michael Wacha. Believe it or not, Wacha started this game. That was a while ago. But Ryan Braun 4 for 5, and he has put everything on the barrel here today.
Well, you love the way he never gives up at bats. He's always grinding. And his batting average up to .328 now. He started the day 6th in the league in hitting. Looking like an all-star once again, Ryan Braun. Made the all-star team last year and is poised to be going back to San Diego. Be hard to leave him off. Lucroy has 2 hits today. His last 2 at-bats resulting in base hits. And he's got a 3rd, so a single to left. 1st and 2nd, nobody out. Braun and Lucroy.
Yeah, get him a little jumpy in that dugout. Maybe get that closer up. And Brewers not going away. They continue to pound the baseball. 15 hits for the Brew crew today. Yeah, but they find themselves down by 5 runs. Hard to believe. But that's the case. All the hits for the Brewers have been singles except for 2. There's your closer.
Yeah, that's the new Cardinal closer, Sungwon Oh. His nickname is the Final Boss. Got his first career major league save last night. Korean-born Oh, a star in Korea and then Japan the last couple of years. Yeah, if you're the Brewers, just try to get him in the game, see how he does in back-to-back days as the closer. Tuivailala facing Chris Carter. Little half swing foul.
Yeah, Brewers have men on base just about the entire game today except for 2 innings. They've stranded 10 so far today. Well, they've had opportunities to put up a bunch of runs today.
Ryan Braun at 2nd, Lucroy's at 1st, and a big swing by Carter. 2-2 now on Chris. Stays alive. We've had 2 hours and 29 minutes of delays today, including the start of the game. But we were sitting here yesterday before the game wondering if we'd even get a single game in Saturday or Sunday. Brewers will return to St. Louis in September. They got a 4-game series against the Cardinals. Cardinals are coming to Miller Park this weekend. They'll be in Milwaukee Friday, Saturday, and Sunday before the All-Star break.
All-Star break right down the road. 6 games left after today. Going quick.
Full count. Nobody out. Carter inside. It hit him, and now the bases are loaded with nobody out. And things are starting to get interesting here.
And now it's a save opportunity for O out there getting loose in the bullpen. And here comes Mike Matheny.
Tying run on deck. Matheny has to make a change he did not want to have to make. The bullpen woes of the St. Louis Cardinals. And he's going to make that call. Tuivailala is out. And O is coming in. Bases loaded, nobody out. The closer, the final boss, is entering for the Cardinals. We'll take a break. Is in the game. This is the last move that Mike Matheny wanted to make in a game like this with all of this weather and all these delays, but here he is.
Yep.
See if the Brewers can take advantage.
It's a very similar situation, identical situation to the 7th inning. I mean, bases loaded, nobody out. Well, the Cardinals able to get out of it with only 2 runs in. The Brewers are looking for a 6th spot here in the 9th inning.
I'm in agreement with that.
We're not looking for 5. We want 6.
If you're going to get 5, you might as well get 6 or more. Now we'll see if the Brewers can keep the line moving. Aaron Hill bats, bases loaded, nobody out. And Hill, did he go? Did not. Checks his swing.
We saw a good changeup from O in yesterday's game.
O got his first big league save. Coming to the stage to pitch at age 33. A rookie. Longtime closer in Korea. Pitched for Samsung in the KBO. And then 2 years in Japan the last 2 seasons. Huge numbers there. He saved 41 last year for Hanshin in the Central League in Japan. Year before that had 39 saves. But wanted to face the best competition in the world, so he signed with the Cardinals.
Yeah, so he's got the confidence to get the job done. He knows what being the closer is all about. Question is, does he have the stuff to do it over here at this point?
He's behind 3-0 on Aaron Hill. And Hill swings 3-0. He was trying to hit a 4-run. Green light, 3-0 pitch. And it's 3-1 now. You got to respect the effort.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Surprised he swung 3-0. In all honesty, you got the tying run on deck, right?
Neuenhuis would be next. And that's ball 4. A run is in. It's now 9-5. And the tying run will bat. RBI the easy way for Aaron Hill. And he's on base for the 4th time today. Tell you, this one's not over yet.
No, it's not. I mean, you know, Kirk Neuenhuis, as we've been talking about, has been swinging a pretty good bat. Got a double today, an RBI, and he's had the power stroke going as of late.
Neuenhuis, as the tying run, takes a strike on the outer edge. 93-mile-an-hour fastball from O.
O got him in yesterday's ball game on a changeup to end the game.
Neuenhuis down the left field line, hit well. Long run, Wong in the corner, and it's off the wall. A fair ball. Lucroy's in, Carter's behind him. All the way to third goes Hill, and the Brewers are knocking at the door here in the 9th inning. It's a 2 RBI double for Kurt Neuenhuis, and this suddenly is a 9-7 game.
Well, boy, now in the tying run at second base, and well, Kirk Neuenhuis taking that ball, almost hit it out of here. That would have been something. That would have tied the game. Fastball pretty similar to the one that he took for strike 1. And I think Kirk thought he hit it out of the ballpark the way he got out of the box. Right down the line, off the wall, and 2 runs in. Boy, hold your horses. This one's not over yet.
Ramon Flores now, who's been hot today. He's hit the ball on the barrel every time he's hit. 2 for 4 with a couple of lineouts. This was how close to being a game-tying grand slam. Oh, man, just a couple of feet.
Yeah, about 3 feet, and we would have been all tied up.
Nobody out. 2nd and 3rd for Flores. Swinging a foul. 0-2 the count.
Infield back for the Cardinals. I mean, if you're not going to get a base hit, ground ball to second base, not a bad option right here. It gets a run in and gets Neuenhuis to third base.
Bounced one in. Molina blocks it. All 3 of the runs at this point belong to Tuivailala. Did not record an out. Nobody out. 2nd and 3rd against O. And Flores takes a call at strike 3. The first out is a punch out. And that one looked a little off the plate.
Well, it's kind of been the case today, and boy, that's not even close. I mean, you can't be missing pitches in this situation. That's just a terrible call behind home plate. Got to be better than that in these situations.
So it'll be Perez now. The 2nd at bat. That one's on the ground to short. This will be the 2nd out, but a run scores. So it is 9-8 RBI for Perez. And the Brewers are down to their last out to the top of the order, and Jonathan Villar. Been a tough day at the plate for Villar. He's 0 for 5, but he could turn all of that around with a hit right here. Neuenhuis at 2nd runs well. He'll be off with the crack of the bat. He should score anything that hits the grass in the outfield. VR shaking his head on a called strike inside corner from O. One ball, one strike.
Outfield not real deep. They're trying to get themselves in position to make a throw on a base hit. VR finds that gap. He could end up at third base.
Well, the Brewers putting up a fight in this ninth. 4 runs have scored. They are within a run with the tying run at second base. Way high. 2 balls and a strike on VR.
Yeah,
now Molina's on his way out.
Try to give him the changeup. Missed badly.
Molina's calling to the manager and the translator. I wonder if he noticed something here injury wise. This will be an interesting conversation. The Korean translator is out. Molina asking him so if you can see something here.
Yeah, throwing a changeup way out of the strike zone, and not sure what he saw, but I guess they're all satisfied that he's okay.
That's a tough job, a translator. You got a Spanish-speaking catcher,
right?
Also speaks English, but he's got a
lot going on out there.
He's got to work all that through in the heat of a battle. 2 balls and a strike. Swing and a miss. Went back to the off speed. The change. 2-2. Tying run in Neuenhuis. 2-2 coming in the dirt. Good block by Molina.
Boy, how many times has he done that in this inning? He's kept Neuenhuis at second base 3 different times on balls just like that.
Neuenhuis missed a grand slam, a game-tying grand slam by a couple of feet. Knocked one off the left field fence. Full count, and it's down and in. VR draws the walk, and now the go-ahead run is on.
Pitcher's spot coming up, and it's going to be Maldonado,
the 9th batter of the inning.
That was Maldonado and Kean Broxton on the bench, and Craig Counsell elects to go with Maldi.
Well, Maldonado steps into a hot spot. He's hit 2 home runs this year, 1 coming against St. Louis. Four runs have scored. The Brewers have 3 hits. There's been a hit batter and 2 walks in this inning. In there, a strike. He's been in this situation many, many times, but not in the major leagues. Big swing and a miss. 1-2 the count. Well, if you're Maldonado, the bat you're trying to get to the plate is on deck in Ryan Braun. Tying run at second, go ahead run at first. 1-2 pitch and a swing and a miss. The game is over. The Cardinals hang on to win it 9-8. It'll be a save for O. The Brewers put up a fight in the 9th. But after a long and rainy Sunday, it comes to an end, and the Cardinals win this one 9-8. Winning pitcher Waka, loser Chase Anderson. Brewers off to Washington, D.C. Start a series with the Washington Nationals beginning tomorrow. It's time for Brewers Live. We kick it to Jeff Grayson. He's in our Fox Sports Wisconsin studio. Jeff?